Okay, we'll start. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome here, both you here on site and anyone that is in front of your computer at home. My name is Peter Lundberg, and I'm the head of operations of the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association. I will be the MC for today. So welcome to our Sustainable Urban Energy Seminar that is hosted by Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, JGC, Joint Graduate School of Sustainable Energy and Environment, United Nations SCAP, and Informal Markets. So we have an interesting day ahead of us. So please, you're very welcome to stay with us the whole day. We will start the morning here with 5 presentations on different topics related to sustainable urban energy. And in the afternoon, we will have 2 panel sessions, one with a city panel describing challenges and opportunities for cities in Asia Pacific. And then we will have another panel on facilitating urban energy developments in the region. So firstly, we are going to have some opening remarks from the organizers. So I will give the word firstly to Dr. Atikom Bangmuwat, who is a researcher at the Joint Graduate School of Energy and Environment. Then I will give the microphone to Ksenia Pachichenko. She's an economic affairs officer at UNSCAP. And then finally, Michael Jacobson, who is the executive director of Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association will speak. Over to you, Dr. Atikom.
Thank you, Peter. Ms. Ksenia Petichenko, Economic Affairs Officer at United Nations Economic and Social Commission in Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Michael Jacobson, Executive Director, Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association. Mr. Peter Lundberg, Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association. Distinguished guests, I am very pleased to welcome all of you to Sustainable Urgent Energy Seminar, which is co-organized by Informa Markets, Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and the Joint Graduate School of Energy and Environment. Fatih Birol, IEA Executive Director, said, cities today are home to about half the global population, but represent almost 2/3 of global energy demand and 70% of carbon emission from the energy sector. So they must play a leading role if COP21 commitments are to be achieved. Cities are the key to the sustainable energy transition. Many big cities in the world have been moving towards the energy transition. Stockholm, Frankfurt, and Seoul, amongst others, have set ambitious targets. Stockholm aims to be fossil fuel free by 2040. Frankfurt seeks to achieve 100% renewable energy supply by 2050. And Seoul aims to be 20% self-sufficient in sustainable electricity by 2020. They plan to increase the energy supply from renewables, increase the number of electric vehicles, and provide renewable heating and cooling solutions to buildings. Energy efficiency improvement and renewable energy are necessary for urban energy management. That creates opportunities for future developments and investments in urban energy. The seminar today will present opportunity for the sustainable urban energy and discuss challenges for Asia Pacific. On behalf of a co-organizer of the Sustainable Urban Energy Seminar, I wish you a fruitful seminar and benefits to all attendants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Atiko. So the next speaker will be Ms. Ksenia Petrichenko, who is joining us online. So, Ksenia?
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction, and it is my pleasure to be with you today online and give the opening remarks. I will have a couple of slides just to set the scene and talk about the importance of cities, as we already started talking about the importance of the role of cities at the global scale. I wanted to bring you to the Asia and the Pacific region, and also show that, as we all know, that in Asia and Pacific also about half of population live in cities already, and the urbanization has been going exponential for the past 2 decades. Also, 7 out of 10 of populous cities in the world are located in the region. So cities are definitely in the center of the policy agenda in the region. Most of us probably here are city dwellers, and we enjoy the benefits of city lifestyle. Cities are the center of people's activities and economic opportunities, but we all know that these activities, most of them definitely require energy, and the way we use energy is very much affecting our social, economic, and environmental areas of life. Cities are also the centers of crisis situation, and they face a number of challenges in order to ensure the well-being of people. I don't have to explain this chart to you. I'm sure most of you have seen it on multiple occasions during this challenging year. And the COVID-19 pandemic has been affecting the lives of millions. We're approaching 1 million of people's lives taken by this pandemic so far. And it's a huge challenge posed to the world, and cities are in the center of the response to this crisis. However, I want to bring your attention that COVID-19 pandemic is not the only pandemic which we're facing right now. It started this year, but actually for a number of years already, there was another pandemic affecting millions of people. Air pollution is starting to being referred as pandemic in the expert community some years ago. And according to different estimates, from 4 to almost 9 million of people die annually from the causes related to air pollution, which is mainly linked to climate change and the way we use energy throughout the globe. So with that, of course, the cities are in the center of the way we approach the energy and the way we approach the sustainability of our lives. I am representing the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and we are the largest regional environmental intergovernmental platform. We work with our member states on different aspects of economic, social, and environmental dynamics in Asia and the Pacific region, and have strategic focus on the delivery of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So we work with all 17 SDGs, and I'm with Energy Division. We're focusing on SDG 7, specifically on sustainable energy. We're recognizing that these global goals are very important for humanity, but the only way to achieve them is to translate them into national policies. So we work with national governments in order to help them to respond to different challenges related to SDGs they are facing. But the only way we can really achieve the impact and achieve the global goals is to ensure that they are implemented locally. That's why SDG localization is so important, and to work on different levels of governance, starting with the national level, subnational level, and cities, is so crucial for our work. This year, we started the project specifically focusing on SDG 7 localization in order to increase the capacity of cities to accelerate development and implementation of SDG-related actions. This year, we're focusing on ASEAN region and already working with about 20 cities in 5 ASEAN countries in order to understand and engage them into the dialogue about their situation on SDG 7 implementation. We are developing methodology which helps us to analyze the status on SDG 7 in any given city. So not only for ASEAN region, but it can be applicable to any city in the world. We are also working with our partners at UNEP and Integrated Systems Partnership, which brings together a number of international organizations, solution providers, private sector, and cities to talk about integrated urban solutions, and energy is in the focus of our agenda this year. So we are looking for interesting case studies and best practices on urban energy. And if you're interested to collaborate with us, please let me know. We are very much open for discussion and always looking for interesting cases and examples and projects. We're also working with 3 cities on a more deeper level. We have 3 deep dives whom we are assisting to develop SDG 7 city roadmaps. We're helping with analyzing urban energy sector, developing scenarios, and building the pathways in terms of technological and policy development, which can help the city to progress on SDG 7 implementation. We're starting developing e-learning program as a way to build capacity during this challenging times of pandemic, when the in-person capacity building for a number of organizations is very limited. So we want to build an e-learning online platform which can be used by any city, any jurisdiction, any expert throughout the world to learn about SDG 7 localization process, and also engaging cities into capacity building and peer-to-peer exchange to engage them into the dialogue, to talk about different topics on SDG 7 and urban energy. So we are very much open to collaboration with different organizations and cities in the region and globally. And please let me know if you are interested in any of these topics. I'm really happy to engage and provide more details. And I'm also happy to let you know that 2 of our deep dives, Kawayan City in Philippines and Iskandar region in Malaysia, are a part of this interesting seminar and will be part of our expert panel at 2 o'clock, where we will really dive into this subject of SDG 7 localizations, drivers and challenges which are posed to the cities in this process. So please join us for this panel as well. And with that, I would like to thank you all who is joining online or are in Bangkok at the center in person. I'm wishing you a very interesting day and fruitful discussion. And it's very important event to talk about different aspects of sustainable urban energy. And I'm looking forward to hear more about different solutions which we can bring to the cities and help them to progress on SDG 7 implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senia, for that very interesting presentation, an introduction to some of the projects that you are working at UNESCAP. So the next speaker for opening remark is Michael Jacobson. I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Peter. First, I would like to thank JGC and UNESCAP for co-hosting this seminar today. I would also like to thank Informa Markets, who have really created a great opportunity for us to meet in person with very safe measures, health checkpoints, temperature measurements, and so on and so on. And I can say it's really nice to meet people in reality again after a few months away from such events. I'm heading the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, and we are promoting the development of sustainable urban energy. We are acting as a bridge between our members and cities. Our members are a mix of utilities, solution providers, academia, engineering firms, different stakeholders that bring solutions in order to develop sustainable urban energy. With that, I'm really glad to see the program today. We have a city panel, as Xenia mentioned, which will be moderated by Xenia from UNESCAP, where we will hear more about the challenges that the cities are facing, and also try to dig out the opportunities that are in order to develop sustainable urban energy. We also have two of our founding members doing presentations today. We have Johnson Controls and ENGIE in the program to do interesting presentations. And beside that, some other of APUEA's members. Unfortunately, we have a last-minute cancellation in the program. So I will take a few extra minutes here with Peter's consent to say something about the topic, which was smart cities. So, for example, here in Thailand, we know that there are a program for smart cities on central government level. And smart cities is something that we hear a lot about, but I'm not sure that everyone is really aware of what really smart city means. One component, obviously, is smart energy. And then the next question comes, what is really smart energy then? So when we talk about smart energy, we would like to always state that there is no such smart energy without being sustainable. And it's not smart if not sustainable. And this is what we really need to achieve and address. And when we talk about smart energy, we have to think from different aspects. We have to think about the characteristics of such energy system. I think we're talking about flexibility, we're talking about efficiency, we're talking about many different kinds of characteristics to achieve something smart. When talking about smart cities, it often tend to go directly to obviously smart mobility and so on, but looking at energy aspect, it tend to go to smart grids and smart metering. And I would say that is not really enough for achieving smart energy really. And that's what we have many interesting speakers here today who have solutions in regards to smart energy, not least talking about integration. We have several speakers today who will talk about co-generation, we'll talk about tri-generation, we'll talk about district cooling and integration of different kind of energy systems, not only electricity, but also thermal energy systems. So we're really much looking forward to these kind of speeches also, and really see how do they really contribute to a real smart energy development. We also have another member of APUEA, Siveco, who will talk about smart O&M. And I think you should really take a close look at that. When we talk about smart O&M, what do we really mean with that? It's a way of working smart as much as having smart components carrying out operation and maintenance. So with that said, I think I will hand over to Peter and the first speaker of today.
Thank you, Michael. It's time to move on in the program to the first presentation. And as Michael mentioned here, we have one change in the program. Mr. Fulvio Bartolucci from Eden Energy could not join us today. So we will jump to Johnson Controls and Mr. Gary Chui, who is the regional manager for North Asia and Pacific, that will present about trends and technologies empowering district cooling systems and energy efficiency. I will give you floor to you, Gary. Gary, I think your microphone is muted.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. So everyone can see and can hear me clearly before I start?
Very good.
Okay. It's a pleasure that I can join this ASEAN's Sustainability Energy Week and talk a little bit about energy efficiency in relations to a district cooling system. Just to introduce myself again, my name is Gary Choi and I'm coming from Johnson Controls, Asia Pacific, and I am basically covering the North Asia and the Pacific market. So today I have prepared some slides just to share with you what Johnson Controls has been done over the previous jobs, especially in the district cooling energy perspective, that some of the technologies that we are seeing will be evolving and will be more widely adopted into a district cooling system, and also some sharing of the best practices that we are seeing in our projects. So if we look for the energy efficiency in relations to the carbon footprint and sustainability, this is the big picture that we are looking at. So for district energy system, most often we will be using large capacity chillers to provide cooling, or heat pumps to provide heating for that. And all these large size equipment are using energy to provide the cooling and heating. And in terms of the carbon emissions, actually there are two parts of that in this big picture that you see. Over 95% of the carbon emissions that is due to the equipment use will be coming from the energy that they are using for the productions of the cooling and the heating. Whilst there is also another part of the equations that all these large tonnage equipment they are also using refrigerant. And refrigerant itself is a greenhouse gases. And if the refrigerant is going into the atmosphere, it will also create certain greenhouse effect on that. However, the percentage of this impact is relatively smaller. So it's about generally is less than 5% of that. So we can see from this split of the carbon emissions, which is generated due to the equipment used in a large energy systems, energy efficiency is really the most important driver that we should focus on. We have a methodology called TEWI, which is called the total equivalent warming impact, and it's the equations that you can see from here with various parameters, which is accounting for the carbon emissions of the equipment used in the lifetime. And some of the parameters are accounting for the direct emissions, which is relating to the refrigerant itself. And the other part, which is relating to the energy consumption, is called the indirect emissions. And these two add up together will become the carbon footprint that the equipment will generate in the lifetime use. And from this TEWI, we can actually also see in a finer way on what are the other driving factors on the carbon footprint of the equipment. So one of that, in terms of the refrigerants, you see there is a GWP, which is called the global warming potentials of the refrigerants, which is describing the relative greenhouse effect a refrigerant is comparing with the greenhouse gas of carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide will have a global warming potentials of 1. So if a refrigerant has a global warming potential higher than 1, which means that it has a more severe greenhouse effect than the carbon dioxide. The other one is about leakage, because the way that the refrigerant will cause an impact to will cause a greenhouse impact to the environment is really because it is leaking outside the systems. We do have some so-called natural leakage of every piece of equipment where during its equipment life cycle, which is something that it's pretty much unavoidable. However, through proper servicing operation practice and also a good design of the machines, we can help to keep this leakage rate at a minimal level. Refrigerant charge, how many charge that will be used in the system is also a factor on the direct emission one on that. And as what we see in the previous slide about the big pictures, this is really the gravity in terms of the environmental footprint, which is the life cycle, the lifetime energy consumption of the equipment. And to address different factors in our product design, we will come up with different design elements and solutions of that. For example, on the refrigerants, other than the traditional refrigerants that we are using, we are also in a transitions to a so-called next generation refrigerants, which has the properties that it is coming with a lower GWP, lower global warming potentials, and is much more climate friendly and more efficient. On the leakage, we can make the design more simpler by getting a more simpler design with fewer components, fewer joints. We can help to mitigate this leakage. And one of that is we are seeing in our chiller solutions design, a chiller product design is the use of the magnetic bearing driveline, which does not have a lubrication systems. So by doing that, you can remove the oil circuits and many small components and joints could be eliminated from the product design. In terms of the usage of the refrigerants, we also have a design in the evaporator, in the heat exchanger that can significantly help to reduce the refrigerant charge usage by 30%, as much as 30%, compared to the traditional evaporator design. And last but not least is the energy consumption. This is really the 95%, more than 95% of the carbon emissions come from. And actually, other than the first three elements that I just mentioned, the fourth element is the use of the VSD variable speed drive technology in the compressors, which can help to save at least 30% of energy compared to the traditional constant speed drive compressors. So to give you an idea on that, this is what we call a operating efficiency map. So we use a term called COP, coefficient of performance, to describe the energy efficiency level of a chiller equipment. And this COP value is the higher the better. So the higher the COP means it's more efficient. So this operating efficiency map of a centrifugal chillers is to give you an idea what are the efficiency levels within the operating range of the unit that can be possibly realized. So on the horizontal scale, you see that this is the percentage load, which means the capacity of the unit that is running. So 100%, which means that the equipment is running at a full capacity. So high load to low load scenario. On the vertical axis, there is another important parameters to see, which is describing the compressor lift. So in centrifugal chillers, we have a compressors that is using electricities to generate cooling or heating. And this compressor lift basically is describing the pressure differentials that the compressor has to overcome. So if this pressure differential is being high, the compressor, the work done on the compressor will be also high, which means that it will be less efficient. And that means in the high lift conditions that we are talking about. However, if we are looking in the other way, if the compressor is operating in a more relaxed compressor lift, which means that at the heat rejection side is lower in temperatures, the efficiency here will be much higher than what it is in the high lift conditions. And the boxes, the COPs or the operating points here with the COP numbers here is representing what we call the super high efficiency range. So which means that if the units, if a chillers or equipment is able to operate under this partial load conditions or under this low lift environment, this COP could be realized. You can use this equipment with a COP of, for example, 15 here, compared to the at the design conditions, what we call here, this one is a design conditions, which is at the full capacity and at the worst case scenario of the equipment to operate. It's much more than the full load design efficiency here. So logically that we see is we would like to have more color area in our operating range so that overall our equipment efficiency can also be higher across the operating environment. So a couple of technology that actually we have been using in the market, and because of the size of the district cooling systems, some of them has not been widely adopted because of the availability of the components. But now actually we have for example, for the VSD drive, we have the large drive which can enable us to use up to a 6,000 tons chillers for Johnson control perspective, which certainly can be used to apply into the large systems such as the district cooling energy systems. So the way that we look into how we excel the energy efficiency of large plant systems, first of all, one of the approach is looking into the design. So I think from the previous slides, it tells us something that for the equipment that we operate, if we can allow our equipment to operate in a lower lift environment, that would help on the equipment performance on the COP. And therefore, we start with the design. Okay, from the system design perspective, there is a couple of ways that have been using that has been practicing in projects that we are seeing that can help on the improving or excelling the overall energy efficiency of the equipment. So by reducing or by having a reduced lift plant design, one of which is the considerations of the use of the seawater or harbor water cooling compared to the cooling towers, traditional cooling towers. And for the sake that the harbor water would provide a lower heat rejection temperatures. And with the lower heat rejection temperatures, that is helping on the lift, reducing the lift that the chiller is operating, and certainly that helps on the efficiency. A rule of thumb of that is every degree of the lift reduction, and if we are in use with the VSD, we can realize 2 to 3% in the efficiency. So 1 degree is 2–3%. If you have 5 degrees, that would be 10 to 15% of energy improvement, which is pretty significant. Another way that can also be used in our considered in the design is what we call the series counterflow configuration, and this is about the how the chillers or how the units are configured in the plant. So traditional way is if we have multiple chillers, usually we have multiple large chillers in the district cooling plant, we put them into a parallel configurations, which means that every unit is sitting in parallel and every unit is operating at the same set of conditions, same set of temperatures. There is another way to do that by getting 2 units as a pair, putting in a series arrangement just like this picture, to have one so-called the upstream chillers and also a downstream chillers. We can tweak the temperature sets that each chiller is operating. And actually, by doing that, we can help to reduce the temperature, the lift that each chiller is operating, and therefore help to save some energy on that. The other thing on the right-hand side that you see is the adoptions of the VSD drive, variable speed drive, VSD technology. And actually VSD has been used in chillers for more than 40 years. In Johnson Controls, we produce, we design, we produce VSD chillers like 40 years back, and it has been a widely adoptions in the smaller size project or mid-size projects like commercial buildings, high-rise buildings. But when it comes to the district energy systems, the size of the equipment will be something even larger than the traditional commercial projects. It will be going to something like 3,000 tons per unit, or even 5,000 tons per unit. That we have a site in Hong Kong that is using 5,000 tons per unit of chillers in Hong Kong. And when we come to that sizes, and then the use of the VSD becoming in the past, we do not have that access of a large size of VSD to use in these large cooling systems. But however, today we do have the large drive, not VSD drive, which enable us to use in the district cooling system also, which is something like this one, the medium voltage VSD drive. And that helps to unlock that helps to provide access for the VSD technology and unlock the energy saving opportunities in large systems as much as 6,000 ton size of a chillers. So here is to give you an idea what sort of difference that we are talking about between a traditional constant speed drive chillers and a variable speed drive chillers. And again, that you see is the same COP operating a map of a chillers. One is using a constant speed drive. The other one is with a VSD technology. This is a case this is a real case in Hong Kong that is using a 2,500 ton centrifugal chillers, and is also using the seawater cooling for the heat rejections. And by using the seawater in heat rejection, the inlet of the seawater has a variations between like 15 degrees C to 28 degrees C. And you will see in the constant speed drive chillers without comparing each numbers between the two, just to look at the color area here, you see that the high efficiency area is sitting at the bottom, and it really has to go to very low lift conditions that the chillers with constant speed drive will have this high efficiency range to realize a high COP. And compared to the variable speed drive, and you will see that with the same lift variation, the high efficiency areas comes into play. So with the chillers operating in each and every point across the year, over the years, that's where the variable drive can save energy over the constant speed drive. And generally, we would be talking about like 25 to 30% of savings of using the VSD technology compared to a traditional constant speed drive centrifugal chillers. And from a carbon emission perspective, I also mentioned about the use of the series counterflow arrangement of the chillers, which helps to reduce the lift of the chillers by design. And this is how it would look like. This is also a real case in the Sydney district cooling systems installed with using our centrifugal chillers. And this is a comparison, a direct comparison of having a VSD. The chillers are using the VSD technology. One is assuming with a parallel, the traditional way of parallel arrangement, and delivering a chill water of 4.7 degrees C chill water. And if using with a cooling tower heat rejection, 29.5 and 35. And the design of this district cooling plant is using on the right-hand side, is based on the right-hand side which is putting the units in series counterflow arrangement and using the seawater for the heat rejections. So you see the temperatures by using seawater, the temperature set at the heat rejection
Yes, sir.
a parallel arrangement. The carbon emissions is calculated as 150,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents, and compared to the series counterflow with a lower heat rejections, which means a lower lift environments created for the chillers. The TEWI values, the two upstream and downstream together will be much less, 16.7% less emissions. So this is an example that by creating a lower lift operating environment in your design and also using with series counterflow, this is the numbers that can possibly be realized in the real life examples. In the centrifugal chillers, actually, we are also developing another next generation technology is coming up, and actually it's called the magnetic bearing driveline, which have the advantage that it does not require oil lubrications, so-called the oil lubrication-free magnetic bearing. And this magnetic bearing, initially we start with smaller capacities, like few hundred tons. And for Johnson Controls, we are seeing that this could be evolved as a next generation chiller solutions for district cooling as well. So we are expanding the range of this magnetic bearing technologies to a larger capacity, so that it can be enabled to be used in large cooling systems, like district cooling systems. And to address for the future needs, we also have this magnetic bearing chillers designed for the next generation climate-friendly refrigerants with a GWP less than 1. So this magnetic bearing driveline has a couple of advantages. It is more simple in design, using fewer components and joints. So that helps on the direct emissions. It also delivers a wide operating range and in couple with the VSD technology, it can provide the maximum energy savings. For the large units that you see that the units is already designed in a series counterflow arrangement. So you don't need to put two units in the upstream and downstream. One unit is already getting this series counterflow configurations. Basically, it has all the elements that I mentioned in terms of getting a reduced lift design, VSD technologies, and also the use of the next generation refrigerants to address both the direct emissions and the indirect emissions. Here I have an example, which is a Sydney district cooling systems that has been using with our VSD centrifugal chillers. And this project is probably an iconic project. I would say it's an iconic project in sustainability, in the Australian sustainability. It won the World GBC is an award-winning project in the World GBC. And here is to show you what has been done in this project. It has been used in with 12 sets of centrifugal chillers. And the design of that is pretty much using the technology that I mentioned in the earlier slides. The temperatures that in this district cooling systems is using a Y delta T in the evaporator side, which helps to reduce the pumping energy. And it's also using the harbor water, helps to lower the heat rejection temperature and therefore a lower lift, create a lower lift environment for the chillers to operate. And the chillers are also arranged in a series counterflow is another design elements for reducing the lift for the chillers. And use of the VSD technology. So here you see that the seawater temperature is 17 to 26. So compared to the use of cooling tower, it would have been up to a 29.5 degrees C cooling tower water temperatures. So that reduced the lift of the chillers. So the outcome of that is it is the largest carbon neutral community in the countries, and it can achieve water positive because of the use of the seawater, and also the buildings towers here is achieving the highest Green Star rating of that. So to summarize, these are the technologies and the elements that we are seeing that can help to improve or excel the large cooling systems. First, we look into the design because by having a reduced lift design, we can unlock a lot of energy saving opportunities. Then in terms of the equipment selections, select equipment that can deliver a wide operating range. And by having that as the prerequisites and to use with the VSD technology, and also low GWP, more efficient refrigerants, this can help us to reduce the energy consumption and our footprint by as much as 30%. Just to show the portfolios that we have, and ASEAN is definitely a very diversified regions and have a different energy landscape, and we have different products to fit into the energy diversity and applications, which can help to drive the wider adoption on the urban energy, and also have on the efficiency choice. So that's all I have today, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Gary, for a very interesting presentation. Explaining, for example, the importance of refrigerants, how important role they play to actually help reduce and mitigate global warming. I think is a fact that reduction of HFCs can reduce up to 0.5 degrees Celsius in global temperatures if you change to sustainable refrigerants. Thank you also for presenting about energy efficient solution, and I see, especially notice the importance of designing the most efficient systems depending on temperature levels, and so seeing that the benefits of having lower lifts of the compressor in the chillers, and also high efficiency in the heat exchanger by connecting them in series and in counterflow also plays a vital role in district cooling systems. So thank you very much, Gary. I just want to tell the audience here and online that we will, after this presentation here, we will have a Q&A session, and so our speakers will be standing by to answer your questions. So we are hoping for many questions here at our Q&A. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker and continue on the topic of district cooling. And here to present about district cooling is Anna Defoucault, who is the head of district cooling schemes at ENGIE Southeast Asia. Welcome, Anna, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Okay, I would be sharing my presentation. Let me know if it's working. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Thank you, Peter. I'm really happy to be part of this Asian Sustainability Week. I will maybe complement Gary's presentation on how to improve the efficiency of district energy, taking maybe one step back to present district cooling systems principle and how it can be considered as a solution to provide efficient cooling for cities. So as you mentioned, I'm heading the District Energy Department for ENGIE Southeast Asia. I will start with a few words of introduction about ENGIE. We are a global energy company with presence in 70 countries. We have more than 170,000 employees worldwide, and we recorded a turnover of 65 billion euros in 2019. Our ambition is to accompany our customers, should them be public entities or private businesses, in their transition towards carbon neutrality. We are a global leader in energy production with a large and growing share of production from renewable sources. And we are a major player in energy distribution with a leading position in gas infrastructure. Lastly, our key focus is to provide integrated energy services to our customer, including efficient heating and cooling. In Southeast Asia, we are present in several countries, including Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and Thailand, where we are providing different energy solutions to our customers, thanks to our 2,000 employees. We have references in electricity production in Singapore, as well as geothermal power plants in Indonesia. We ensure gas distribution in Thailand, and district cooling is a core activity in the region. We have 4 district cooling in operations and in construction at the moment, as well as a wide portfolio of projects in development. So I would like to share a short video to introduce the principle of district cooling systems. So maybe I will leave the floor to the organizer for this video. So to summarize the main message of this video, district cooling is a way of producing chilled water centrally. The chilled water is distributed to nearby facilities through a network of insulated pipes to provide efficient air conditioning to clusters of buildings. So I would like to emphasize what are the main benefits of developing such large-scale systems at a city level, and why we believe it's the future of efficient cooling. Basically, district cooling avoids the capital cost of installing chillers and cooling towers for the building owners, and it frees up valuable space on rooftop and inside the building. It's a way to save energy and water, as well as CO2 emission. DCS creates economies of scale by aggregating the cooling needs of multiple buildings, and it avoids sunk cost and operational costs, which would be associated with oversized individual chiller plants in each of the buildings. The traditional air conditioning systems account for 50 to 70% of the peak electricity demand in a building, most of the time during peak hours at peak cost, whereas DCS power demand on the grid are avoided and costs are reduced. The possibility with district cooling to use thermal energy system, thermal energy storage, enables to shift the production during off-peak period, while ensuring more redundancy in the supply of chilled water. The last point is that the large-scale DCS makes possible the use of technologies such as river, seawater, or lake water cooling, or to integrate treated sewage effluent in the chilled water production. And it also enables to integrate renewable energy such as solar or biomass in the energy mix. In terms of development of district cooling system, we have within ENGIE a lot of geographies where we have developed and are operating district cooling systems. A lot in Europe, where the technology is very mature, as well as in Middle East, and we believe that in Southeast Asia, the market potential is huge. In terms of, let's say, market potential for the whole Asia Pacific, the projections in terms of sales, growth, and market revenues are promising if we base on those charts from the global district heating and cooling market insight forecast. We can see that there is a future growth expected from 2019 to 2025. And if we base on the past trend between 2013 and 2018, Southeast Asia was accounting for about 2% of the global APAC growth. So that would mean that if these rates remain stable from 2019 to 2025, the revenues and the sales would grow from 2019 from 30 terawatt hour and 1,575 million US dollar in 2019, it would grow by 50% to 60%. And we believe that in Thailand, district cooling would enable to contribute to the target of greenhouse gas emission reductions, which are one of the sustainability targets of the government. But to develop such large scale systems, the district cooling needs the support from cities and developers in order to enable the long-term master planning of such systems. So there are three main axes where cities could be involved in order to support the development of district energy. The first one is the project initiation. Many district networks were developed following a major public event or a national reconstruction policy, which were acting as a catalyst. For ENGIE, we have, for example, 3 district cooling networks which were triggered by those major events, such as the 1998 Lisbon International Exposition, the 2004 Barcelona Forum, or the 2012 London Olympic Game, which triggered the development of district energy system to produce efficient heating and cooling for the development. The public authorities can also step in as a regulator or a market facilitator through, for example, construction permits, or helping the developer of the district cooling system to overcome regulation requirements, or by delivering subsidies to encourage the start of the network. Another way where public entities can step in is to by ensuring the financial profitability of the district cooling network is by acting as an anchor client and guaranteeing connections at the beginning of the life cycle of the district cooling. Another possibility is to propose attractive area where to install the district cooling plant. The attractive criteria would be to have a high density of building, an easily accessible area, space to install thermal energy storage, or as we mentioned before, to be close to a river or to a waste to energy plant. Then the city can help to make the project grow. They can, for example, the municipalities can provide incentive for the different buildings in the area to connect. We have the case in Paris of architectural constraints for cooling towers are not allowed close to historical monuments. So, for example, if a museum wants to get cooling, to connect to a district cooling is a sustainable solution for them to have access to cooling. There are also financial aspects, such as a lower VAT rate for the consumers that would connect to a renewable source of cooling, such as district cooling. And last possibility would be also to implement an obligation to connect for the I'm sorry, I have some background noise. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you. We hear the background noise as well. So let us check. But what
Sorry.
it is.
So yes, our last idea would be to implement an obligation to connect in an area, which is the case for our Lisbon district cooling network, as well as for the London Olympic Park. The last one is a contribution from the cities by directly financing the project, either by, for example, offering land as an equity contribution, or through tax incentives as a source of finance. But of course, the ultimate objective of a district cooling is to demonstrate a competitive advantage when it's compared to standalone solutions that could be implemented on the same area. So to finish my presentation, I would like to share with the audience some references of district cooling that we have worldwide, but more focused here in Asia, to show that there are several types of district cooling that can be implemented, and it's a solution that is working here locally. So as ENGIE, we are a worldwide leader. We have more than 1.3 million RT, which are delivered to our clients. We have 350 district energy systems worldwide, 70 of which are district cooling systems. And we have 5 centers of expertise globally, and turnover of 2.4 billion euros in 2019. We have some emblematic district energy systems, such as Climespace, which is the district cooling system of Paris in France, or the London Olympic schemes in UK, as well as we have a joint venture with Tabreed, which is the leading operator of district cooling system in the Middle East. Here in Southeast Asia, we have settled a center of expertise of district cooling in Singapore in order to be able to deliver the best practice, should it be in terms of development, construction, and operation of our district cooling systems. And we have currently 2 networks in operation and 2 under development in the region. So it's accounting for 64,000 RT delivered to the customers, about 20 kilometers of distribution networks, and it will enable to avoid 18,000 tons of CO2 emission per year. So regarding the 2 district cooling we have in operations at the moment, first one is Ginan Megajana in Malaysia, which is a joint venture between Cyberview and ENGIE Services Malaysia. We are the sole provider of district cooling system services in the city of Cyberjaya. And Megajana supplies round-the-clock chill water system for air conditioning to a wide variety of customers, such as data centers, malls, and office tower. We have 2 interconnected plants, which are equipped with thermal energy storage, and we provide 77 megawatt of cooling to 51 buildings connected. One key enabler of this district cooling was the electricity tariff, which made possible to supply air conditioning with a very competitive price, but through the usage of the thermal energy storage. Another interesting reference is the Alabang district cooling system in Northgate Cyber Zone in the Philippines. And this district cooling is operated by PDDC, which is a joint venture between ENGIE Services Philippines and Philivest Land, which is a major developer in the Philippines. What is interesting is that together we built a 26 million euro brownfield district cooling system, which means that this district cooling systems has been connecting without interruption of supply 11 existing buildings with inefficient cooling systems which were already installed. So the district cooling system was commissioned in 2017, and it's the first in the country, and it will be growing until in the coming years up to 12,000 RT, which means 42 megawatt of cooling to supply up to 16 buildings. it's interesting because also the buildings which are connected were business process outsourcing, which means BPO, which are requiring 24/7 supply of chilled water. So it was really important to ensure that there is no interruption of supply by connecting those buildings. The two last district coolings that we have under development and soon the construction will start are located in Singapore. It's two greenfield systems, meaning that at the moment the area is not built and there will be only future buildings that will be connecting to the systems. So ENGIE has been awarded the design of this integrated system for the district cooling for both clients, which are Jurong Town Corporation and a university, which is the Singapore Institute of Technology, as well as the community facilities. We have, for example, a subway station, which will be supplied by the cooling. So we are very happy to develop this district cooling system because it's a first district in Singapore to adopt an integrated master plan approach, which brings together business park, a university, and community facilities into a digital district. So we will we are thrilled to be part of this project. So I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer to your Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Anna, joining us from Paris, I believe. So you have a very early morning. Thank you very much. But I think I want to mention that you are going to be based here in Bangkok as well soon. So yeah.
Soon, yes. Next week I will be back to Bangkok.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Well, thank you for the presentation. I think it gives a lot of insight on district cooling, the benefits, and the potential also in Southeast Asia. And I think one of the key factors that you mentioned is, how to help show what actions that need to be developed, how you can help cities, to support the development of district cooling system. So please, Anna will stay for the Q&A, and you're welcome to ask questions for her later on. We're going to move on to the next speaker on the topic of energy storage for urban energy resilience is Ms. Chloe Herrera, who is a research associate from Lux Research. Hello, Chloe. The floor is yours.
Hi, Peter. Thank you. Okay. So I'm Chloe Herrera. I'm a research associate at Lux Research. Lux Research is a technology innovation advisory firm. I work on the energy storage team, where I mostly research lithium-ion batteries as well as novel battery chemistries, primarily for electric vehicles and stationary storage. And today I'm going to talk to you about utility scale energy storage and the technologies that can be used in the Asia Pacific region. So looking at market sizing, sorry. I'm having trouble. Okay. So looking at the market size of the Asia Pacific region, it is home to the fastest growing urban population, driving the energy demand. And as renewable deployments continue increasing, so will the energy storage demand, so that the total power produced by both wind and solar can be fully utilized and integrated into the grid. And Lux forecasts that evolving grids like those in Southeast Asia will contribute a significant number of deployments as they become less dependent on fossil fuels. And to provide more granularity on the provided forecast, we'll look at specific regions and their individual energy storage trends, starting with China. China has low electricity costs when sourced from fossil fuels, which dampens their solar and wind deployments. But we forecast that by 2035, China will have 56 gigawatt hours in energy storage demand, growing to an $18 billion market. We predict that China's electricity consumption will more than double from population and economic growth, motivating the construction of an additional 400 gigawatts of wind and 650 gigawatts of solar capacity. And despite these record numbers in terms of power production for renewables, it will still only make up a fraction of total energy mix in China due to the fast-growing energy demand. And looking at Southeast Asia, we predict that the energy storage, utility scale energy storage market will grow to $4 billion per year by 2035 to help manage almost $25 billion per year in new wind and solar capacity. The area has been historically dependent on coal, and as energy demand growth sharply increases, that will prompt a swift uptick in renewables and therefore energy storage. And to provide some contrast, Australia acts as a sort of outlier in the region, where it more closely resembles the power market in Europe, where the energy storage landscape will be highly distributed, spurred by favorable economics and supportive policies. Residential energy storage outpaces utility scale energy storage currently, and by 2035, it will be outpacing utility energy storage by 500 megawatt hours. And this is in part due to community solar plus storage programs and rooftop solar. So now that I've discussed energy storage demand, I want to talk about power markets and how that affects energy storage. So energy storage systems will differ in use and how they're controlled depending on what power market they're in. So for regulated power markets, the electricity rates are set at one price, and then utilities control both the generation and distribution. And in the deregulated power markets, the electricity is bought and sold in a competitive market. So you get the mix of generation sources at lower electricity costs. So what does this mean for energy storage systems? So for regulated markets, the energy storage systems are usually limited to one or two applications and will typically only gain one stream of revenue. And in deregulated markets, you can stack applications depending on the abilities of your energy storage technology. So you can get multiple revenue streams and maximize the value there. And the purpose for energy storage in each market is different. So for regulated energy storage, they are typically higher cost to operate. In fact, China has heavily subsidized their energy storage projects, but energy storage is usually there to pair with renewables and hit and stop curtailment. Whereas in deregulated markets, energy storage is there to be flexible, and it's more valued when it can participate in different applications. So with these market conditions in mind, can we pair certain technologies to certain markets? Not necessarily, but we can identify which characteristics of these technologies work well with regulated or deregulated environments. So just to introduce some options for energy storage technologies, it's not an exhaustive list, but it is a good representation of what is available. Breaking down into 3 sections. The first is sealed battery systems. The most popular is lithium ion. It is the most used technology in stationary energy storage, and we predict it will continue to be the most used. Part of the reason is because it is flexible in terms of where it can be located. It can be behind the meter or front of the meter, and it's available for use in residential, commercial, industrial, and utility scale energy storage. It can participate in different applications, and up to 4 hours, it's also economically favorable. Similarly, high temperature sodium sulfur batteries are also able to be sited anywhere front of the meter. However, they do require higher temperatures at about 350 degrees Celsius. So they do need a more robust thermal management system. The sodium sulfur batteries can go for a bit longer duration, up to 6 hours, but they can also participate in different applications. And then moving on to more open battery systems like flow batteries, the big advantage here is that these technologies will decouple power and energy, so that if you need more energy, you don't necessarily need to invest in a new set of power electronics, which is a huge aspect of your energy storage system cost. You can just increase the tank size of your electrolyte in the case of flow batteries, and then you have more energy in your system. This is helpful for large systems that don't necessarily need longer than 8 hours or less than 4 hours. This is flow battery sweet spot. And anything less, you're typically going to be looking at sealed battery systems. Anything more, you're going to be looking into longer duration energy storage. And then looking at mechanical energy storage, you have compressed air energy storage and pumped hydro. These technologies are far more inflexible in terms of where they can be placed. Compressed air energy storage typically need to be near underground salt caverns so that the compressed air can be stored in those caverns. And as of now, there are only 2 projects, there are only 2 facilities using compressed air energy storage, the last one having opened in 1991. And with pumped hydro, you need the water reservoir, and the applications that the pumped hydro can participate in are also pretty limited. So with a handle on some of the technology possibilities, we can begin thinking of pairing them with certain conditions and identify which markets and applications work best. So we can think of these technologies as existing on a spectrum, where flexibility is a high value for deregulated markets because you can participate in multiple applications and gain multiple revenue streams. And then the least flexible is going to be more helpful when you need an asset to only do one job and do it well. So this will be more rewarded in the regulated power markets. And so lithium ion is going to be most flexible. Part of this is because it's the most used. They can be located anywhere and their cost is pretty reasonable thanks to economies of scale. They've seen increased production due to battery electric vehicles as well as consumer electronics. So getting a lithium ion battery system is far easier than any of the other technologies. Moving down into flexibility is the sodium sulfur. Again, the high temperature is needed to keep the molten sodium and sulfur, and these systems tend to be larger and restricted to more utility scale uses. And then situated in the middle are the vanadium flow batteries. These are restricted to larger scale systems just for economic reasons, and they don't really make sense outside of their optimal time windows of 4 to 8 hours of discharge. And then moving down, you have compressed air with the larger footprint, longer payback period due to the expected system lifetime of 30 years. The levelized cost of storage can look pretty enticing, but the upfront cost of these compressed air systems are quite large. And then pumped hydro is very location specific, and the applications that it can participate in are pretty limited. So does this mean that you will only find lithium ion batteries in deregulated markets? No, and you won't only find pumped hydro in regulated markets. But this does illustrate what is beneficial in different regulatory environments and how to identify the aspects of each technology for those markets. So let's look at this technology in action by analyzing some energy storage system uses in both regulated and deregulated markets. So first up is looking at the regulated market in China. While some highly localized areas of China are looking at liberalization, most of China has this day-ahead dispatching policy where you can't necessarily respond to immediate demands in electricity. So while China is deploying a lot more renewables, they have also been facing record curtailments. And China has famously entered into this 10-year stationary storage plan where they're planning to scale up their vanadium redox flow battery systems, including building the largest flow battery in the world. And flow batteries are actually a great choice here because they can be scaled up pretty easily. You just need to add extra electrolyte. So system size is very important here, and vanadium redox flow batteries are more economical at these larger sizes. And in this regulated market, you need an asset that is good at scale and good at its needed application. And vanadium redox flow batteries are particularly adept at peak shaving and black start, which is what they've been commissioned for here. And then moving on to an example in a deregulated environment is the sodium sulfur batteries created by NGK. In 2016, Japan has moved to deregulate its power market, and this has ultimately created cheaper electricity prices. And here is an example of where flexibility is really important. Sodium sulfur batteries can be co-located with solar. This particular storage site is near a solar farm, and this asset participates in peak shaving and balancing. Sodium sulfur batteries don't have self-discharge, and they don't necessarily need maintenance required for cell balancing like lithium ion batteries do. So this means that they can have a high utilization rate, and their long system lifetime also makes them attractive. Being utilized a lot is important, especially when you're trying to maximize your revenue. So battery systems that have less downtime will be increasingly important for deregulated markets. And so the use of sodium sulfur proves that in deregulated markets, flexibility is needed for maximum value. And so to wrap up with the key takeaways here, how will this impact the energy storage system battery industry? First of all, we expect that eventually the market is going to segment. While we expect that lithium-ion batteries will lead in deployments and will continue to lead in deployments, when demand grows, there will be some segmentation depending on what the system requirements are and what the applications will be. And second, as we see more power markets move towards liberalization, flexible energy storage will become increasingly important and valuable, so that these assets can participate in energy storage, or sorry, application stacking. And then finally, the Asia Pacific region is going to be a huge market for utility scale energy storage, representing 75% of the global energy storage demand. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chloe, for your presentation. Very interesting. I mean, it's obviously energy storage play a key role in our future energy systems to help introduce more renewable energy sources into the grid. So thank you for showing us the different technologies. That's important to know, is not always talked about, that energy storage are more than lithium batteries. Maybe that's the most common one spoken about. Also showing the potential in Asia Pacific, and of course the China is the huge market, but also other countries are playing an important role. Yeah, I'm sure there will be many interesting questions to you later, so please stay. Thank you very much, Chloe.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to continue to the next presenter. Actually, we are supposed to have a coffee break a while ago, but I think we will skip that. But anyone who wants coffee, you're free to grab it and maybe come back directly after that. So we will move on to the next speaker, who is Michael Renner, who is a program officer for the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. Michael will present about renewable energy in cities, drivers of action, and policy tools. I give you the floor to you, Michael.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Hello, everybody. I'm really happy to be with you. It's great to have an opportunity to talk a bit about the work that my agency, the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, is doing in this field. So let me see if I can share my screen without any hiccups, hopefully. So I think, is it showing? It's showing for you, I think, right? Yeah, I think that's okay. So let me move right to my first substantive slide. So it's quite clear, I think, that cities are really key actors when it comes to sustainable energy use. They are, of course, home to an ever-increasing share of the world's population. They are, oh, I'm sorry, sorry about that. They are engines of the economy where much of the global energy use is really located. And they therefore have a really major role to play in advancing and shaping the energy transition that we hope that will unfold in coming years and decades. So, but many cities around the world also face a number of pressing problems in this field, right? Particularly related to issues like rising energy demand, the potential of power shortages, high levels of air pollution from the use of dirty energy, dirty fuels. And of course, more and more cities increasingly feel the impacts of climate change. I mean, we get more and more daily news of a sort that we would probably rather not receive. But looking on the positive side in terms of, what does renewable energy mean in this context? So at ARENA, we see renewables as offering multiple benefits, not just in environmental and human health terms, but also because renewable energy development can contribute to local economies, to job creation. And renewables can improve the accessibility and hopefully more and more the affordability of energy as well. So we see, I think along with others, we see cities more and more as key actors in this field of energy transition alongside the role that is being played by national governments and other actors. So let me move to my next slide. So in the work that we do at ARENA on this topic, we try to understand the particular needs that drive the renewable energy efforts of municipal actors, the specific factors and circumstances that determine these needs and cities' capacities to act, and the diverse roles that cities actually can fulfill in this context, so which really inform the actual policies in pursuit of renewable energy. So let me first talk about the drivers and motivators. If you look at the circle in the center, a secure and affordable supply of energy is of course the most direct objective, no question. But it's quite clear that urban energy policy is motivated by a range of drivers, including economic development objectives. Again, job creation is really quite important. Social equity issues, including energy access, energy poverty, measures against energy poverty, air quality and health, and I think overall quality of life in urban centers and cities. And of course, again, as I mentioned before, the concerns about climate change impacts are only rising in importance as we move along. So to some extent, these different motivations may, of course, reinforce each other. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that at times they could really end up as conflicting objectives. Economic development is often pursued with an approach of pollute first, clean up later, because growing the economy is still, I think, seen as sort of the unquestioned single goal that many policymakers pursue. But I think we know more and more nowadays that pursuing economic, environmental, and social goals need to really be seen as going hand in hand, going in tandem with each other. So if you look at the outside circle in this graph, right, what I label the factors that cities have to take into account. So strategies to promote renewable energy need to be tailored to each city's specific conditions and circumstances. These factors determine whether energy demand is growing, is stagnant, or is in some cases falling. And they also shape, these conditions also shape the city's abilities to act in this regard. So now some of these factors are very difficult or perhaps even impossible to really alter, such as the climate zone that a city is in. I mean, that's despite climate change, that is something that is really not changeable on a rapid timescale. And then factors like the settlement density and the related built infrastructure of cities is something that really changes and moves very, very slowly over time. Demographic and socioeconomic profiles are more dynamic and more malleable factors, but cities with growing populations face different challenges than those with more stable ones. Wealthier cities have, in effect, of course, greater leeway to act than poorer ones. I mean, that's just budgetary implications, of course. Another set of factors concerns cities' institutional capacity or even the authority to act in different ways. Some cities may not have the technical know-how that they require to move forward. Cities that own their own power generating assets tend to have far more direct influence on energy policy than those who don't. There is the issue of regulatory authority vis-a-vis national or provincial and state governments, and that varies tremendously from case to case, from country to country. And then there's also the issue that some cities may really have quite limited powers to generate revenue autonomously, separately from whatever decisions the national government takes. So let me move to my next slide. And what the slide shows, as you can see, is that cities really play multiple roles in this regard. Far from being just passive energy consumers, although that is a major reality, of course, in cities, cities really are uniquely positioned to promote renewables in a variety of ways. As planners, cities can set local renewable energy targets, which may be applicable either just to municipal operations or maybe to operations citywide, so public and private sectors. As regulators, cities apply land use planning tools, develop building codes, enact solar ordinances, and provide street lighting, among other tasks and functions. As owners and operators of energy assets, they play a very direct role in the generation and distribution of electricity, of heating and cooling, and of other forms of energy. As sources of information and knowledge, cities can launch awareness campaigns. They can engage, and they often really, of course, must engage and empower local stakeholders. And they can see to it that local institutional capacity is built so it really accords well with what needs to be accomplished. And then I mentioned briefly before the financial aspect. So cities, in principle, can generate revenue from taxes and fees, from municipal bonds and from other sources, but their ability to really do so varies a lot if you look at cities across the world. And then the question, of course, is what do cities do with the revenues that they do either generate themselves or that they have available from other sources? So it's really important as we move through the energy transition that cities think very clearly and very hard about what is it in urban energy related infrastructure that they need, that they presently either do not have or that is not adequate. And can they undertake certain measures such as provide incentives, for example, offer low interest rates to businesses and residents to finance their own renewable energy installations. I mean, whether that be a commercial scale installation or rooftop solar assembly. But these are really important questions. So how do you best really make it work, not just from the municipal budget itself, but also how do you provide the incentives and the context for other actors, other urban actors to move along. So, and I think it's almost goes without saying, but to make the most of these different roles and responsibilities, it is really important for cities to have effective collaboration with national governments or with state and provincial governments, and also to very proactively engage with residents, community groups, and with local businesses. So with that, let me move to my next slide, the issue of sort of the policy toolbox. So as you can see on the left-hand side, it really depends, actions really depend on a range of sort of circumstances and factors. Now, a growing number of cities are taking very strong action to promote renewable energy, but with very diverging time horizons, like how quickly they want to accomplish certain objectives, and therefore really the implied level of ambition. So policies often focus on specific sectors of the local economy, such as buildings or transportation or industry. Some cities are targeting renewables as a share of total energy use, but others focus more specifically on electricity or on heat or transport related energy uses. Another distinction is that some targets that are being put in place are voluntary in nature, whereas others are mandatory. And I think the other fact that it's really important to keep in mind is that some requirements apply to all urban actors, whereas others focus on assets that are only in the public domain, in the public sector, such as municipal buildings and municipal fleets of vehicles. So by implication, of course, the scope of the change that one can expect over time ranges from more gradual and more limited to more sweeping and to a more structural transformation. And I think the way we will see these targets that cities have adopted and are adopting as we speak, I think we'll probably see, sort of some that are moving very, very fast and very successfully, and others that will sort of follow the leaders much more. The effectiveness of municipal actions really depends on a range of factors and circumstances. If you look on the right-hand side of the slide in that bluish box. So as I mentioned before, as I indicated before, the level of energy and climate action ambition is really critical, but also in addition, the local capacity is really key. The local capacity to act is key, and it depends on scientific and technical know-how that cities can bring to bear, the organizational capacities, and the available financial resources. Decision makers need to understand the ways in which energy interacts with the other sectors of the urban economy. And I think the mix of the local actors, the way in which they engage with each other is really another very critical dimension. So we need to really look at not just what city administrations do, you know, what a mayor may announce or what the city council intends to do, but also what citizens, you know, how engaged citizens are, how active NGOs may be, community groups, what's the role of the private sector. And again, as I mentioned before, the interaction, of course, with national governments, but also in some cases with international donors. And I think it's really also important to say that we see more and more cases that cities may engage in various kinds of sort of alliances with either with other cities or also with other partner organizations. And some of these partner organizations may actually help cities to gain and to build up their scientific and technical know-how. So the way these sort of informal alliances of the like-minded work out, I think will be really, really quite important in many cases to how successful the efforts are to raise the share of renewable energy in the overall urban energy mix. So moving on to the next slide. Here I'm just summarizing. I'm not going to go into details, but I'm just going to give you an indication of sort of the various measures, and this is in 3 sectors, the various measures that cities can take and are taking to promote renewable energy. So you can see in the power sector, for example, there's of course the direct question of, you know, producing or procuring renewable electricity. There are specific uses like street lighting. There are measures such as net metering. I've listed community renewables because I think one of the important issues that we need to take into account is that some households and some businesses are well able to act on their own, but others far less so, right? So a house owner, for example, can decide to put solar panels on his or her rooftop, but a renter cannot, right? I mean, so there's a whole different set of abilities and decisions that need to be made to support community solar, for example. And we actually do see some interesting examples around the world to allow those who do not own houses, their own houses themselves, to actually also participate in the buildup of solar energy in cities. District energy, I think one of the earlier presentations, of course, went into detail on that. So no more words from me on that. So I'm not going to go through the other. I mean, you can see in the transportation field, there's a similar range of possible actions. Same is true in buildings. And these are, of course, I mean, let me emphasize, these are not exhaustive lists. These are just really illustrative of some of the kinds of measures that we see more and more cities now take on, or if it's not cities themselves, then of course the other actors in the urban context. So I'm actually going to come to the end of my presentation, but let me just say from IRENA's side, so what we have done, we started our work a few years ago, sort of mostly 2013, 2014, with some specific city case studies. We then put out a report in 2016 that looked fairly extensively at the different roles that cities are playing. We then actually followed up with additional case studies, and let me actually bring up my next slide. So this really gives you a bit of an overview of the various case studies that we have been undertaking in earlier years or in recent years. Sorry to say, we did not so far focus on the Southeast Asia region, not by design certainly. This was driven in part by a partnership we had with ENGIE. So there were certain, I mean, this predates my own time actually at the agency at IRENA, but there were certain decisions made as to which cities to pick, you know, for different reasons, geographic reasons, for reasons of, you know, what are the interesting actions that are being taken in these different cities, what are the experiences. Excuse me. But we actually are in some early conversations with counterparts in Thailand to perhaps work with them on a number of selected cities, and again, you know, the ways that IRENA can actually support the objectives in those cities in Thailand. Let me just mention very brief. So the The cities that are indicated with a red dot in this map are the ones where we are now just actually completing some additional and much more in-depth case studies than was the case with the earlier ones. So we had picked in a single project, we had picked 3 countries, China, Costa Rica, and Uganda, as particular ones to examine in terms of their energy circumstances, their energy dynamics, and then to pick these specific cities in these countries to say, like, so what can we actually, you know, what is the context, what are these cities attempting to do, how well are they faring? So we hope to bring out a report with these different case studies and with sort of a brief national analysis by early next year. And I think with that, I conclude with my presentation. So again, Peter, thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, Michael, for a very comprehensive presentation on different policies and drivers that cities are working with or should work with to develop more sustainable energy and make the cities more livable. So we're looking forward to have you in the Q&A session. Also for highlighting your work in cities, and we're looking forward to see the reports that are coming out this year, especially in Asia Pacific. So thank you very much, Michael, and please stay with us for the Q&A here. We're going to move to the next speaker, who is Mr. Bruno Lupito, who is the Managing Director of Iveco China. Bruno is going to present about smart operation and maintenance. So Bruno, please, I give the floor to you.
Thanks for having me today. I hope it's working well. I'm calling from China here, so thanks for the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association for having me. Thanks to all of you for being here with us in Bangkok and online. So I'm calling from Shanghai in China, and I'm sorry for not being here with you. A couple of months later, hopefully I'll come. I'll give a very, I think a very simple 15 minutes talk on the topic that hopefully you'll see on the screen. Maybe not yet. On what I call smart operation and maintenance. So bear with me while I try to reach the interface here. Okay, I'm coming. Sorry guys, I'm not good at IT, and I'm still going to talk about smart technologies. Are we okay? Not okay. Yeah, people are helping me in the background, but are we okay? Okay, sorry for that. So I'm talking about smart operation maintenance. Everybody likes to talk about sustainability. We're all talking about sustainability today. And even more people like to talk about smart technologies, innovation, IoT, digital twins, 4.0, 3D BIM, you know, you name it. Very sexy topics, both sustainability and smart. So here I'm introducing another topic about operation and maintenance, and maintenance especially. So of course it's a less of a sexy topic. Maintenance generally is underrated, underestimated, often not very innovative. Often innovations in the area of maintenance are actually not very successfully implemented and not very useful for O&M teams. So I'm going to talk about this. So I'm going to try to put the smart and maintenance together. Well, I say maintenance is under-optimized, underestimated. It is under-optimized in many projects, and I think it is true of energy projects, new energy projects, and urban energy. So speakers before me spoke about district cooling systems, in particular energy storage. We don't see maintenance as a big topic. The focus tends to be on financing, the regulatory environment, construction, contracts between different parties, and maintenance maybe will just take care of itself. Equipment suppliers will take care of it, or in any case, it will come as a later future concern. Well, the picture here on the screen, which is well known to those of you working with reliability and maintenance. I won't really comment on this too much. We call it the bathtub curve. Just to say that O&M, operation and maintenance, represents, of course, the longest period in the life of an energy infrastructure. I'm talking about a useful lifetime of 20 plus years, or a contractual lifetime, depending on the type of project, of 20 plus years, or often much longer. And this is operation and maintenance. So it is important, and we also see as the beginning of the curve, the part in red, and again, I will not explain it too much today, but we see that what happens early in the life of the facility, design, construction, commissioning, startup issues have a major impact on the life cycle of the plant, on the future O&M costs and future problems, let's say, in operation. So when it comes to maintenance preparation, you have to start working on it early. And as I said, it's often not a topic that is tackled at early stage. So we're going to talk a little bit about this and the use of smart technologies to try to optimize the future life cycle of a facility, the future O&M of a facility. Now, I would add that, obviously I'm not in Bangkok. Many of you are aware we're facing a crisis, maybe multiple crises, as you all know in your different countries and in Thailand. A crisis historically has always been a good time to actually focus on maintenance. You have to preserve existing assets. You have to avoid having an industrial crisis, an environmental crisis on top of everything else. Water treatment systems collapsing, a power system collapsing, and so on, industrial accidents. So historically, crises have been actually a good time for people in the maintenance business, such as me. More generally, to expand a bit on this, the biggest driver to what we do, what you see on the curve, is not technical management per se, is risk management, industrial risk management, the regulatory compliance. Obviously, is a major aspect of what we do in our field of urban energy and energy in general. Regulatory compliance, industrial risk management in general, avoiding safety, environmental problems, which you tend to derive from technical problems. I'll be talking about this and how we use smart technologies for this. Few words about the company, why I'm talking about this. This is some of you in the room know me, know us already, but we're originally a French company. You can read on the screen if you want, but we're originally a French company. With a 30 plus years history, 16 years in Asia, in China. We are known as having taken part in the massive buildup of infrastructures in China in the past 15 years. And where we've learned a lot in involving in so many new projects in the Chinese market, and we've reinvented our technologies and our way of delivering services. And now we're expanding from China to the world. The countries that you see in blue are countries where we operate from China. And Southeast Asia was our priority for 2020. Thailand was actually the #1 priority for me into 2020. Obviously, the COVID-19 has impacted our plans, but we see changes in the markets in Southeast Asia, which makes those markets very interesting for us. So what do? It's written there. I mean, we combine O&M expertise and technology to help companies improve, optimize their bathtub curve, optimize the O&M part of the life cycle. So that's what I'm talking about this today. My presentation is built on case studies, and I will be trying to illustrate my theme, my topic, without getting into too many details. So it's going to be maybe a bit sketchy because we only have 15 minutes today. The first project I want to mention is located in Thailand. It's this company called Chonburi Clean Energy. It's a waste to energy plant, which has been operating since November last year, and it's a project where we involved, and the goal of our project, the SMART project, was not to implement or to deliver an IT solution. Okay, our goal was to take this plant, our client, through all the steps of preparing its technical documentation, defining its maintenance strategy, designing its maintenance plans, preventive maintenance plans in particular, training the O&M team before startup. All this before a commercial startup of the plant. So really hard to organize your maintenance, your technical documentation based on the best practices before startup. So for us, smart technologies was just an excuse to go through this process in an optimized manner. So it's up and running, and we've been, they are through a continuous improvement phase. Obviously, in the past, they did the first overhaul earlier this year. And so when I talk about smart technology, it's what is this? We talk about a computerized maintenance management system. So many of you have been dealing with CMMS or computerized systems for maintenance purposes. It's actually a field that has not evolved too much in the past 30 years. Projects are done in the same way as they were done 20 years, 30 years ago. So we are actually trying to do things differently. Technology has evolved a lot, and what you see here on the screen mostly is a very graphical system and very mobile system. The idea is maintenance is done by people, not by machines. So people are talking about IoT and sensors, and somehow the plant will take care of itself. We know it's not true. We, the people working in plant, we know it's not true. The more technology in the plant, the more difficult it is to maintain, and the more skills you require. So systems should be worker-centric, so very, very graphical, very mobile. That's one aspect of this project. The other aspect of the project is we design the project to deliver results, return on investment from startup. So obviously we start very early, from the early construction stage. The system is up and running before startup, and through this, we ensure maintenance readiness, we ensure compliance with the best practices of the different players. Here you have an O&M company, which is Suez, the French environmental giant, and you have Glow as the local partner, the main local partner in operation, which has other types of best practices, I would say more administrative. So we had to ensure compliance with these two mother companies. And having a tool for continuous improvement. So the idea here is to design a smart project that is not just a technology project, but that delivers practical returns from the start. As I said, you know, for us, the worker is at the center. The guy who's actually providing maintenance, doing maintenance in the plant, doing inspections, doing his inspection rounds, is at the center of such a system. It's, don't take my word for it. I mean, there's an international standard called ISO 55000, the asset management standard, which is quite well known. A key to this standard, at the core of the standard, is the idea that you have a great strategy, but you want to implement it, and you want to demonstrate to your stakeholders that you have actually implemented your maintenance strategy, that you're actually performing your inspections, performing your preventive maintenance as planned, as per regulations, and so on. And this can only be done if the people who are actually doing maintenance are in the system. That's what we've done here. So two key points here. Standards, ISO 55000 standard is a very good guideline for smart projects. people normally don't associate these two ideas, smart technology and standards for asset management. We think one go with the other. And the other aspect, as I said, is mobility, worker-driven solutions. If your workers are not in the management system, it means this is not a real management system. We've done other projects like this in Thailand. I won't comment on that one, but we have four projects in Thailand so far. As I said, I see Thailand as a growing market with a lot of new players emerging, and traditional players, the big utility companies entering new energy markets and needing new ways of running the business. Another type of smart technology that many of you have heard a lot and seen a lot is BIM, 3D BIM models, building information models. What you see on the screen, a 3D representation of the plant. It's used for design, obviously it's used for construction more and more. And there's always the question, what do you do with it once the plant has started? A lot of money is spent on BIM. It's very useful for design construction, but after startup, nobody will ever look at it anymore. So we have worked very early on using BIM technologies for operation and maintenance. That's an example in Hong Kong. This is sewage treatment plant, water treatment, sewage water, where again, I won't go into details, but how do you make a technology that is already paid for? The BIM project, usually there's money for it in the project itself. How do you make use of this? How do you extend the life of the BIM model through operation and maintenance for the next 20 years? So that's something we do quite a lot in the Hong Kong market, because BIM has become mandatory for all infrastructure projects there. We see the same trend from the regulators or from the authorities, the idea that BIM, that the company that builds the plant, a utility plant, should use a 3D BIM models. So it becomes mandatory, so it's paid for in a project. The question is, how do we use this for O&M? I won't go too deep into this. There's a lot to say. There's a little movie which is playing here, but you could also find it online, and later you will get a copy of the slides, so you don't need to rush to scan the QR code. But there's obviously a lot to say about this. Again, it should be user-centric. How do you, in practice, can use BIM? How the maintenance manager could use the BIM model to improve operation. The main topic today, and most of you in the room are dealing with district cooling. Some of you dealing with heating, but maybe not so much in Bangkok. District cooling is a growing market for us. We had a great presentation by ENGIE a little bit earlier today. ENGIE is one of our customers, historical customers in Europe. We work a little bit with them in China as well. Here is Singapore Power, Singapore District Cooling, a project they did in China, in Chongqing. This is a very large 1.2 million square meter facility, very high. You're talking about 350 meter high towers, the two towers you see on the picture. There's 4 smaller towers, 250 meters each, and there's a long bridge on top, the typical Singapore design, and 300 meter bridge. It's a very large facility. So again, we joined the project from the early stage to deliver an organization, a well-defined organization with support from the system for the O&M team. I would say 2 more things here. The system is used for the communication between the cooling district cooling operator and the customer, their customer being the property development company, and actually there's a hotel, and there's the mall and the residents. So they have multiple customers with SLAs, a service level agreement, and of course they have to report. So this is done through the system. So there's a proof of execution directly in the system. And again, technicians have a mobile, so when they do their inspections, it's directly in the system. So there's a very high level of proof how the facility is being managed. And this company manages both the cooling plant, the chiller plant, but also the airside system, the HVAC system inside the buildings. So actually, there's a lot of contact points with the client. What I would say here is now Singapore District Cooling in new projects, in new tenders, they incorporate the smart O&M approach. So it becomes a differentiator for them when they are proposing to build and to operate a district cooling system. we are there. The smart O&M system is there as part of the features of the project, which they consider a good differentiator, as well as a tool to optimize their operation. So it's a nice project. We're happy with this one. And I will conclude with another type of player. I picked a multi-site operator, and I picked this one. You may not be familiar with it. It's a company called CEP. It's they're dealing with waste to energy. They are one of those new players in the Chinese market, which is a fast changing market with very strict regulations being put in place by the government in the past few years. There's a lack of capacity in waste treatment and waste to energy. So you have new entrants in the market, and CEP is backed by capital, venture capital, and their mission is to grow very fast and to capture market share. Okay. But waste to energy, just like district cooling, is a complex technical subject. For a new entrant, how do you ensure, how do you define your best practice, your best O&M practice? And in a market like this, you cannot just hire good people who have experience operating such a plant, and especially if you grow very fast. So this company went from 1 plant to 10 in a couple of years. So how do you grow? How do you enable this growth if you are a new player? And of course, there's a lot of new players in our industry, real estate developers that get into utilities or whatever, agricultural companies with money that want to get into this market because it's a hot market. So here is an example of using smart O&M technologies to help define the top strategy, and then implement it in every site, and then replicate the model quickly to new sites. So there's five operating sites, and there's 5 more under construction now. So this is an interesting model again for new entrants in the market. What's the ROI of such a project? We had a conference yesterday actually, and the customer was talking about this. Another customer with the same profile was talking about this. So the ROI is, but there's no ROI without such a tool to deploy our O&M strategy, quickly to new projects. We cannot operate, we cannot grow, we cannot be successful. Or we can invest, new plants, recruit people, but we will face non-compliance everywhere. We will face environmental problems, we will face safety problems, we will face downtime because we don't have experience of operating the plant. So our business will be killed very quickly. So what the idea here is, this is not a question of ROI, it's a question of making such a business possible. I said Southeast Asia is an interesting market because you have existing players, the utilities with a lot of experience. You have foreign companies coming in, bringing experience, but there's growth in the market, and again, new players that need support to build their O&M practice. That's an example. CEP is a good example of that. I'm coming to the end of this, but it's, again, sustainability, everybody's talking about this, smart technologies, innovation, BIM, IoT, everybody wants to talk about this. It's a very attractive topic. Maintenance is not. Traditionally, maintenance is invisible. O&M is invisible. You visit a plant, you don't see how well it's maintained. So the idea here, one thing you can do with smart technologies, make O&M, make maintenance visible. When things become visible, they become easier to optimize. So what you would see on the screen is another large customer also in China, where most of our large customers are located, where they have this large touchscreen panel where the O&M, real-time O&M management information is available. And because it's a touchscreen, people will be very tempted to click. The boss will come, you'll be tempted to click. He will ask why the KPI is in the red, and it creates an interaction between top management, stakeholders, maybe the regulator, and the O&M teams, which could not exist without the visibility that technology can provide. So one advice I always give my clients when it comes to innovative technologies is use it to give visibility to what happens in maintenance. Visibility also means traceability, ability to demonstrate what you do, both with this kind of large touch screens, and also the mobile solution is part of it. When you see the technicians working with a mobile phone, it creates visibility. I conclude with simple guidelines. We've done lots of projects. We've done over 1,000 projects in the region. And so we have accumulated a lot of experience. And that's I think that's our value as a company, Iveco. And we're facing a lot of greenfield projects, new build plants. And here the advice is to think of the technology as what I call smart O&M, as a life cycle management tool. So first to hand over the as-built data, technical data from construction to O&M. So involve such projects at a very, very early stage and design the project in such a way to get return on investment. We can help evaluate this from startup. And it's very possible. That's what happened in Chonburi Clean Energy. And that's one point. So start early. And a very common pitfall for IT projects with IT, with technology, is they tend to be driven by IT. They tend to be, if some of you are working for big companies, and it tends to be driven by corporate IT people. Very good people, certainly, but they have no idea how we operate plants. So that's one reason technology projects with maintenance tend to fail. So key advice here: involve O&M people in the projects from the beginning, and a tool for that, a good tool for that is the ISO 55000 standard. I won't go in detail into what is ISO 55000. Some of you do, some of you have no idea, but it is a tool. It's a tool that can help O&M people control, advise IT, and work together to deliver a project that will actually help. And then finally, I hinted to that, but I said we should start early. You should start early to take smart O&M into account as a tool to build up your management structure. You can do it from the tender stage. So if you're a facility, if you're an owner and you're running EPC tenders, you include this in your tender. If you're a utility, you're bidding for a project, let's say to build and operate a district cooling plant, for example, incorporate this approach in your tender. It will give you a differentiator, and then you make sure the cost and the design is there from the start. This helps a lot, and our best projects are those projects where the topic was tackled early. I've reached my conclusion here. I'm not here with you in Bangkok, but you can easily reach me and my colleague for any question. I know there will be a Q&A after that. We actually are there indirectly at the APUEA booth, and we have one of our partners, Asia Water Systems Solution, Thai company, and Kunyotana is there on site. He can also help address some questions, especially in the water industry, but more generally. And I hope to be with you sooner or later, as soon as we can travel. So that concludes my presentation for today. Again, I know it's a little bit a bit sketchy, a bit fast. It's a big topic. I welcome questions through this Q&A session or remotely. We're very happy. We are all very good at using Zoom nowadays. Not me, obviously, but I have staff to help me. And of course, very easy to have communications if you have projects to discuss and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for the presentation. It was very interesting here to hear about smart solutions for smart O&M. I think, it's very important when you look at sustainable energy and to maximize efficiency, you have to make sure that all the energy infrastructure, energy systems keep running on maximal efficiency during the whole life cycle. So I think, smart, O&M is maybe not always talked about, but is play a vital role in every for all infrastructures. Okay, we will now move on to the Q&A. So we just want to address those of you who will attend online. You're welcome to write questions in the Q&A box on Zoom, and we will try to pick up your questions from there. And to everyone, both here and online, if you want to ask a question, please introduce yourself, and then address the question to one of the speakers that you want to ask. And for those of you here sitting here today, we have a microphone here in the middle of the room. So if you want to ask a question, please go ahead to the microphone and ask your question. Okay, we start with you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. I am Sudhida from PEA. I have a question for this subject of the from the arena for the last slide. For the web out, I'm not sure that I can ask for all speakers, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So
Go ahead.
I want to ask about the arena company, but I not remember about the topic of the presentation. Could you please? So
yes,
I will ask a question. For the last slide, that show the worlds of the company projects. I see in the Asia, it has only China. So I want to know next phase of the company. What's the country that is, he will be instruction or do the projects.
Right.
For next. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, are you with us?
I'm with you, yes. I guess I should put my video on as well, right, again. I'm not sure if I completely heard the question right, but I think it actually, should I share my screen with the last slide again? Because I
Yes.
think that was the question, right? Regarding the map at the very end. Let me.
Last slide, please.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Yes.
Do this, right?
In the
so, but you were
right-hand
asking.
side.
Yeah,
Yes.
you were asking about. Were you asking about the existing case studies or additional? I didn't quite hear you right. I don't think. Sorry, my problem. Huh?
I think the question was this showing existing projects, and I think the question was a little bit about the future and what regions or cities are you looking into for future case studies, analysis.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, you know, the cities with the red dots, right? So including a couple of, I mean, actually not full cities, but parts of cities in China, are the ones that we are now completing. So they are in a sense still to be released in the future, right? In the near future, we hope actually probably by the beginning of next year, by January, hopefully the latest. But in terms of additional case studies, that is not decided at this point. I mean, I should maybe explain the questioner referred to us as a company. We are actually not a company. I should have explained that. I'm sorry, my mistake. Huh? The International Renewable Energy Agency is an intergovernmental organization. It's not part of the UN system, but it functions in effect very similarly to a UN agency, right? So we have near universal membership. We're actually building toward universal membership. We were set up about a decade ago. So are still in the scheme of things a fairly young agency. I mean, certainly compared to the UN system. The way we operate is that, of course, we have typically a 2-year work program that is decided by the member states. In addition to that, we run a number of projects that are funded by voluntary contributions from members or others. And this particular project actually on cities was funded by a voluntary contribution. So with the project coming to a close, you know, this is basically sort of what it amounts to for the time being. And therefore, I'm sorry, I wish I could give you a better answer in terms of what may be next in the future, but we actually, let me, sorry, I shouldn't go on and on, but one more thought. So some of my colleagues who work primarily sort of in the overall field of renewable energy policy design are also completing now a study, which I think will also come out early next year, hopefully, on the heating and cooling sector, right? So this is sort of a fairly global look. It's not specifically designed to look at a particular city or set of cities, but they will look further into the issues of heating and cooling and how renewable energy can be more and more integrated into that and play a larger role than is the case now. which is of course important because renewables so far have done far better in the power sector than in heating and cooling or in the transportation sector. So there's much work that remains to be done. Once that heating and cooling report is out, the next one in line will be on transportation. So the other sector that really needs a lot of attention. That will probably play out though over, I think, probably the course of the year next year. So that's a while, that will be a while before it will actually become available. So this is basically all I can share with you at this point. Hope that's useful.
The next question is, I'm sorry, first of all, I think it's only China, but when I see in the detail, you first start in the India in the 2013, right? 2013, 7 years before move to China. So, what is your decision to make a new plan from increase from the India to China, because all is in Asia? Do you understand my question?
I'm not entirely sure you're talking about the connections, the links between what's going on in India and in China, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, what I should explain as well with these case studies, so even though I'm showing you
case study, I see.
Yeah, even though I'm showing you a world map, there is no, I mean, these are standalone and fairly brief case studies of these cities, right? So we don't, I mean, not to say you don't have a good point, right? I mean, to do more comparative approaches in effect, right? But we have actually not done that. That has not been part of our project remit.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So can I ask for the energy storage subject?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Question to Ms. Chloe.
From the presentation, can I ask the question?
Yes.
From the presentation, I think that is look like only in the launch projects, but I think the technology of the battery now is not for this. Is the more this in the R&D projects for the energy storage. Could you please share about your project in the future? Thank you. Battery technology.
Chloe, are you with us?
Yep.
Did you hear the question?
So the question was more about the stage of development for these energy storage projects.
Yeah, and maybe also you can share your thoughts about the future developments as well.
Yeah. So the reason that lithium-ion batteries are really dominant in energy storage right now is because a lot of these technologies are still in development. So even bringing up, the more mature vanadium redox flow batteries, talking about China wanting to build the world's largest, it's still relatively small, and the actual deployments of these technologies are they're still either at pilot stage or in the lab. But we're really optimistic that once these pilot programs get off the ground and they start proving out their use cases in terms of lower costs and as well as higher revenue, then we'll really start seeing these systems being deployed at a larger scale.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chloe. Do we have any more questions from the floor? Not at the moment, so I think we will. Michael, do you have any question?
Sure, I can follow up on this last question and address Anna from ENGIE, who is operating some of the largest thermal batteries in the region. So maybe Anna, you could elaborate a little bit about how district cooling plays a role in regards to integrate more renewable energy and actually is maybe not a substitute, but complementary to other storage technologies.
Hi. I would say we are not implementing batteries in our district cooling system at the moment. However, we do have thermal energy storage systems where we do store the water under either chilled water, either iced water, so depending on the space and the efficiency requirements that we have for our projects. And this solution can be very interesting when we are in countries implementing peak and off-peak electricity tariffs, because the storage would actually enable us to produce the chilled water during off-peak hours. That would be during, for example, nighttime in Malaysia, for example, and we would discharge in priority the base load during daytime in order to supply the customers, and so that they would benefit from a lower chilled water tariff thanks to this thermal energy storage technologies. So this is an important benefit that we can have with a large-scale district cooling. The constraints to develop those thermal energy storage are mostly the space, because to install a thermal energy storage, it's often a large cylinder that can be up to 10 meters or 20 meter high and 15 meter diameter. So it's quite important space which needs to be allocated for this storage. However, if we don't have those constraints, it's really interesting for to benefit from this peak shavings that can be performed with district cooling.
Thank you very much, Anna. Any more questions? All right, so we got a question here addressed for Bruno at Civeco. It was an online question here. Let me see here. Can you tell a little bit how you plan your projects if you're basically acting as a IT or O&M consultant in a tender? Maybe you can elaborate a little bit how you work when you tender different projects.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I see the question from. I can read the question from Tony. How do we involve in? I mentioned that we involve in new tenders. So how do we involve in new tenders? Are we involved as a consultant? Maybe the question is, are we involved? Are we an IT consultant or an O&M consultant? I'll try to answer this. We can act actually as a kind of owner's engineer, specifically for those topics. We don't mean to be an owner's engineer as doing everything just for smart O&M. So IT for O&M. So we can act as some kind of owner's engineer from the beginning. That means a consulting contract. But obviously our value is more on the delivery side in a project. In urban energy projects, mostly we don't have a consulting assignment for the tender. But we cooperate with a company. So let's take the case. You are a utility company. That is why I mentioned several clients. Let's pick Singapore Power, Singapore District Cooling, which is one of the companies I mentioned. They are tendering for a new project, a district cooling system. For their new projects, they include us in their tender to the client. So in their proposal to build the plant, there's technology and whatnot, and the estimates of their staffing and how much it would cost and so on. And they say they will have a smart O&M system. And that is our system. So we cooperate with those companies at the early stage, so they incorporate us in the tender with the commitment that if they win, we get the business, we get that part of the project. That's mostly how we cooperate on smaller scale projects, and most urban energy projects are small scale. In very large power generation projects, we might get actually a consulting assignment to work on the proposal. Another client I mentioned is Suez. So same thing. Suez mostly work on waste to energy projects and water treatment infrastructures. When they face the client, typically their client is the government authorities or the municipal government. When the client has advanced requirement might be that the BIM model or 3D BIM model is mandatory, as is happening in the Hong Kong market or Singapore market, for example, or IoT technologies in the project, or requirements on certificate ISO 55000 certification, for example. So typically when Suez face these requirements, they come back to us from the tender stage, and they incorporate our know-how in their proposal. So same story, if they win, then we get a share of the project in the future. So that's usually how we operate. I'm not sure that answers the question, but that's so it's not really IT, it's a mix of IT and O&M consulting.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruno, for that. Okay, I think Michael, you had a question.
We have a question here to Gary, Johnson Controls. So the question is, we got an introduction here to how to say, to efficiency improvements in terms of the technologies, but what are the new tech innovations that you anticipate for the future in regards to chillers and other technologies?
Yeah, great questions. I think a lot of technology available today, actually, we still have a lot of potentials on that, especially in terms of district cooling, for example. We are seeing that VSD is one of the key technology element that is rising. We don't see that before too much, is really because of the availability of a large size VSD drive. But today we can have VSD drive which is large enough to cover the district cooling segment. So we will anticipate this part will be emerging, and it's going to have a good adoption also in large systems. In terms of the electrical driven chillers, magnetic bearing is also the other one that is. We already see a lot of magnetic bearing chillers populated in various markets, in buildings, and for large system, because of the scale, again, is the availability of the technology, the size of the drive line to serve the district cooling plants. Another piece that I haven't mentioned in my presentation is about the waste heat utilizations. Which we are also seeing there is a growing trend on the use of the absorption technology. By utilizing the waste heat wherever is available from other process, whether it's a steam or gas or exhaust, we can capture that instead of dumping into the environment and make use of that to do the productive cooling or heating.
Thank you for that. Any more questions? Or everyone is hungry?
We have one more here actually to Michael at Arena. So it is, you mentioned about the policy instruments that the cities should look into. But the question is how and who to ensure the implementation of these kind of policy instruments. I understand that you do a lot of things yourself, but could you elaborate a little bit about what other kind of actors could support this work to make sure that these are promoted and implemented?
Sure. I mean, I should note in the first place that IRENA is not an implementing agency at all. We don't really per se, we're not large enough have a presence on the ground, particularly sort of in a very, you know, in a very detailed and decentralized way in individual cities. So what we have done in our work is really look more at the level of a city administration. But I mean, as I noted in my presentation, I mean, it depends, of course, very much what the other urban actors are. I mean, I think it's really important to involve the private sector. It's really important. I think there's a case that we did in Rosario in Argentina. I'm sorry, it's a completely different region, but I think it's an interesting case where what really made a huge difference to the urban administration there was to actually involve a local non-governmental organization, I think it was, but it was sort of a study center that actually helped the city to provide the technical capacity that they needed in order to carry out. I forgot exactly the details. I think this was a project in the transportation sector, but the city itself just did not have the technical know-how, the technical capacity to design the policy in ways that you know ensure success. So they reached out to this technical center. They struck an agreement, and I think that helped them really to do things that otherwise might have really just not worked at all, or would have come out very, very badly. So I think really being very clear about the different local actors in the particular context, right? I mean, you can't use a blueprint that says like this works the same way in every city, right? I mean, very clearly, you have to be aware, what are your existing abilities locally? You know, who else could you actually reach out to fill the gaps, as it were? And in what ways do you need to work with the state, provincial, and national authorities to round out the picture? I mean, I think that's probably in a nutshell what I would say.
Thank you very much. I also would like to open, I mean, we as a sector association are very interested for this kind of collaboration, and what we hear there from UNESCAP also. I don't know, Xenia, if you are still online. I mean, you are working actively on supporting cities on these kind of measures, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are also very open to collaboration, and we have a live integrated systems partnership led by with us with UNEP. So through that, we are also inviting other members to contribute any information on case studies and city solutions. We are very happy to learn more about that and figure out how we can collaborate.
Thank you very much, Senna. So actually, I guess I would like to address Anna from ENGIE again. I mean, these are probably something that you are facing also in developing district cooling schemes, that a lot of these kind of policies and instruments are lacking on a municipal level to really develop these kind of, we can say, cross-sectoral or utility projects. Maybe you could mention a little bit of how you see that. What are the barriers for developing district cooling systems in a larger extent, or to really accelerate these projects?
Yes, definitely. The main challenges to develop those projects are related to the great amount of stakeholders that should be involved in the master planning of district cooling projects, because it would involve the cities, some government agencies in order to deliver some construction permits, connection to the grid, the electricity providers, but also the end users. So it would be the building owners, should it be private businesses, or it can be universities or airports. So we face a lot of counterparts which have their own plannings, and makes the development of the projects quite complex. So it's one of the main barrier we are facing, is to have a comprehensive master planning. So this is what we saw on some of our projects, where a city or a developer would actually handle this part of coordination with the different stakeholders. I can give some examples of recent barriers we had in some projects, for example, in Malaysia, where we have this interesting peak tariff, which is favorable to the development of district cooling with the thermal energy storage. So the whole study was performed with the assumption that we would be able to secure this tariff according to the discussions we had with the electricity provider. But ultimately, when we are reaching a more concrete phase, we find out that actually it might not be possible for this specific project. So it's difficult to have a vision consolidated on what would be doable for all the projects in a country. I could also mention the example of the Philippines, where we have a very different electricity tariff from one area to another, which makes also the development a bit more complex and a bit more challenging.
All right, so we are starting the afternoon session here with a panel discussion, a city panel on sustainable developments. So that will be moderated by Ms. Ksenia Petichenko. I will give the floor to you, Ksenia, now to start the session.
Thank you very much, Peter. And welcome to our city panel today. I hope you all had a very nice lunch break after a very intensive discussion during the first session, where we learned so much about solutions on urban energy. And now we're going to dive into discussing what are the challenges and opportunities related to sustainable energy and SDG 7 localization cities face in Asia and the Pacific, and how we can help to improve the situation and help them to accelerate the progress on SDG 7. I would like to briefly introduce you to our very interesting panel today. So we'll have 4 panelists and I will be moderating discussion. We have Dr. Bernardia Twandra Devi, from Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments, Asia and Pacific. We are pleased to have City Mayor of Cagayan City in the Philippines, Mr. Bernard Faustino. We also have on our panel Puan Maimuna Jafar, Director of Technology and Innovation Stream of Iskandar Regional Development Authority. And we also have Mr. ENGIE, Senior Strategy Officer of Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. So it's quite diverse panel. We'll have a more regional perspective from Dr. Bernadia. We'll hear from the local and subnational level on SDG 7 implementation efforts. And also we'll hear the perspective of financial institution on implementation of SDG 7 and sustainable energy projects in Asia and the Pacific region. Without further ado, I would like to turn to our panel, and to set the scene, we will start with a short presentation by Ms. Bernadia to give regional perspective from the work of UCLG SPAC and their experience with cities and their efforts on SDG 7 localization, challenges and opportunities that they usually face. So with that, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Bernadia.
Thank you very much, dear participants, panelists, and the organizers. Very good afternoon. Despite this COVID-19, it's great that we are still able to meet and discuss this important topic, which is the resilient and energy resiliency, and then how can we also reduce this low carbon and build a low carbon society. I hope somebody can help me operate the slide, please. Yes. Let me introduce myself. I work for this global network of cities and local governments. We connect more than 250,000 cities and local governments in the world, and UCLG ASPAC, this is the one that I've been working with. We also connect more than 10,000 cities and subnational governments, representing more than 4.5 billion people. This is more than half of the population. So we are united voice and advocate of democratic local self-government and promotes cooperation between governments and wider international communities. So our works also include this advocacy, capacity building, policy research, projects, and decentralized cooperation and city-to-city cooperations. And when we look at these SDGs, definitely this is an important subject for local governments, because when you look at the 169 targets, almost more than 60% of targets must be done at the local level. So definitely the role of local government is crucial. So in terms of localization of SDGs, we have been working with local governments in Asia Pacific. This is the largest section of UCLG, and we strengthen the capacity and also build institutional and operational capacity. Some of the achievements include, like, for example, we have what we call it a sharing platform on the best practices, training modules on SDGs. And with COVID-19, we also been doing this web series related to COVID-19 and SDGs, and as well as a smart practices compilation. Looking at the energy sector and climate change, cities in the world have been committed in the building this low carbon society, as well as creating this climate resiliency. The work that we've been doing is through what we call it Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. I'm not sure if many of you are aware about this. We connect almost more than 10,000 cities, and sometimes you also recognize that cities put much higher commitment in terms of greenhouse gas reduction compared to countries. So UCLG ASPAC has been acting as the GCOM Secretariat for Southeast Asian region. We have been fostering partnerships, especially for the ASEAN cities and local governments. We also have a platform, we call it ASEAN Mayors Forum, that we also facilitating. So another one that has been quite efficient and effective in building this energy efficiency is through the program funded by the EU, through International Urban Cooperation in Indonesia, Malaysia. I'm happy to see Malaysian cities here. And let me just, this is two of my slides, last slides. The success factors for the effective localization depend on the horizontal coordination as well as vertical integration. When I say about horizontal coordination, it means that we have to go beyond these sectoral approaches. So we should have the holistic approach in dealing these SDGs factors. So active involvement of the local associations and academia, this is also what we see as important component. And the commitment by national governments, national government commitment is critical, but because what we need is to have a strong enabling environment given at the national level for local governments to perform effectively in the localization of SDGs. So this is an example of the setting for Indonesia, but I understand that I have limited time. So we have indicators, metadata indicators, as well as several approaches and working with the company. I'm happy that some of the participants come from the companies. So this is the challenges. I think previous speakers mentioned the challenges. What we see as one of the important challenges is about financial resources, because normally local governments, they have so much challenges, and the sustainable energy must compete with other urban priorities like human and social needs. So this is why we need to also make sure that there is enough financial resources. But what I'm talking about financial resources is about whether local governments can have access in several financial options like bonds, municipal bonds. Even in Indonesia, there is no one single municipal bonds released by Indonesian city. So what we need is we want to get a mandate, we want to get authority that local governments can access funds, whatever options of finance are available. The second is about technology challenges. I'm happy that to hear also some of the technologies of cooling systems and also reducing this low carbon using some technologies. But what sometimes we see as difficulty is that whether we can get the technology that are not so high cost, and some technologies are still in a very early stage of commercialization and require substantial outside expertise to operate. And sometimes we don't know which technologies we should go. We know there are some good technology, but waste to energy that sometimes also cities in our members. So the third challenge we see is the competitiveness of renewable technology with the fossil-based energy. Many renewable energy sources like solar panel, hydro, wind, unified electricity grid is posing challenges and may make them less competitive with the conventional power grid. But we know a lot of cities have put already good renewable energy like Hamamatsu. They have one of the biggest solar panel having a cooperation with a private company. So this kind of PPP is quite interesting also to see. And the last challenge we see, of course, there are many other challenges. Sometimes local governments cannot integrate yet or have not been able to integrate yet this energy into planning, into building codes, into regulation. So this is also what we see as a challenge. The last one is slow progress on energy efficiency policy. Energy efficiency is a long-term necessity and an opportunity for cities given their multi-facet nature as energy consumers, managers of energy network and potential energy. So my last slide here, what assistance require, and I'm glad that UNESCAP also has initiated online system, also capacity building that local governments can address. So definitely we need a good capacity building and identify energy efficiency opportunities through public building, public transport. This is also the highest consumption of energy. Technology demonstration, introduction of different financial mechanisms and business models, and strengthen planning, data collection, and monitoring at the local level. Awareness raising, especially among the citizens, especially in the energy consumptions, efficiency in energy consumptions, And we also, what we need to support is alignment of local development strategies, integrating sustainable energy efficiency into local priorities and strategies, including implementing national policies and programs at the local level, and ensuring that such measures are part of the long-term urban development. So, and the last one is invest. I know there is a high possibility of investment opportunities that will arise, especially, you know, in the new normal situation, because cities require a big amount of energy. So investment opportunities by having several financial options, and importantly that local governments should be able to have a better access to financial options. So in the conclusions and the way forward, what I see here are four. We need to integrate energy efficiency policy into local strategies, into planning, into having regulation in place, because we know that energy demand is growing. So we should have it without compromising economic growth and improve living standards. The second one is the need for collaborative governance and integrated policy making. And the third one is need systematic plan to ensure that local government's capacity building is aligned to meet the needs of the energy sector. And the last one is new innovative schemes need to be scaled up. But in the end, we know that cities are the biggest consumers of energy. But we should not see cities as a problems. Cities are the solution, and we know there are so many innovations already that cities have taken. For example, Seoul, you know, having a cooling system in place by having this removal of flyers in the Chongge River stream. So this is also making cooling down of the temperature in the entire city. So we really need to see the city plans as the holistic approach of all sectors, not looking at just one aspects in development. So I think that's all from me, and thank you once again for the opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to having a good cooperation with ESCAP and with other institutions, how we can bring more important aspects in sustainable energy and low carbon, especially in cities in Asia Pacific, that include also China. And good to hear also with the UN 75 anniversary congratulation, and also good to hear that President Xi Jinping of China has also pledged carbon neutrality by 2060. I think this is a great kind of you know, commitment that we want to see also from the national leaders. So thank you. Over to you, Xenia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernadette. It was really great to get such a good summary of key challenges and success factors for SDG 7 localization, and also get an overview what UCL JSPAC is doing, because it's really a great city network and association which brings cities together and help them to build capacity, to develop projects and make an impact. And it has been a pleasure collaborating with you and our work on cities as well. It was very interesting to see the 4 success factors which you put together: the strong commitment and horizontal coordination and vertical integration, increased capacity, and mainstreaming SDGs into local planning. I think these are 4 very important factors for sure. And I'm very much looking forward to hear from our subnational and city representatives to see what they think in terms of the success factors for SDG 7 localization, implementing sustainable energy policies and projects in their respective cities and subnational level jurisdictions. So with that, I want to turn to Mayor Bernard and Juan Maimuna to reflect on the presentation made by Bernadette, but also really share your experiences from your work and what's happening in your cities. We also work with you very closely at ESCAP, and these are our 2 deep dives whom we are working on developing SDG 7 roadmaps, but also you have been doing a great job in terms of implementing sustainable energy projects and policies. So it's would be really great to hear with you. Mayor Bernard, would you like to go first, please?
Thank you very much, Senia, and to all my co-panelists and to all the delegates of the Urban Energy Seminar this afternoon. A pleasant afternoon to each and every one. I'd like to talk about quickly our main efforts on SDG 7 that's being implemented in our city and how it is being coordinated with the national government. In the national government, through the Department of Energy, it has released the Philippines Energy Efficiency and Conservation Roadmap 2017 to 2040, which outlines the strategic plans and actions that require to create a more energy efficient Philippines across all sectors of economic activity, including transport, residential, commercial, and government. For Kawayan City on smart mobility, under the Kawayan Smart City Project, national government policy is to have a close support in vehicle conversion and e-vehicles or e-trike programs. In our city, we have started introducing the e-vehicles and in the city since 2017, and the e-vehicles which are still operational at present include electronic tricycles, e-jeepneys, e-scooters, and a hybrid electric road train. For commercial purposes, the national government passed a Philippine Green Building Code, which mandates that all building, design, construction, and management shall be subjected to comply with the performance standards such as energy efficiency, water efficiency, material sustainability, solid waste management, site sustainability, and indoor environmental quality. Our status in the local level is that we are compliant with all the directives of the Philippine Green Building Code. However, as of the present, no new construction or alteration of buildings have been subjected to the Philippine Green Building Code because they do not meet the minimum total gross floor area required by the code, which is 10,000 square meters or more or less a hectare. So as of now, that's something that I can share what we're doing here in the city, Senia.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bernard. It's great to hear that you have been doing so much effort already in your city. And I'm just curious, from your perspective, what are the key driving factors which motivate you as the mayor to implement the projects on sustainable energy, and what are the key challenges which you're facing in your work?
Well, the important drivers are the personal experience of the people and the city as a whole. Of course, a driver will be political will and intention to contribute to the reduction of the harmful effects of climate change, because we personally, as a third world country, and we are always prone to disasters and typhoons, are really experiencing those effects like annually. It's like a daily occurrence to us. And of course, the high cost of electricity and threat of possible shortage of electricity that hopefully don't happen. The barriers, of course, are high cost and lack of budget. Normally, energy efficient devices are expensive, cannot be afforded not only by the people themselves, but the local government in general. And also the absence of collaboration between the national and local governments' policies on energy efficiency. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Bernard. I would like to give the floor to Puan Maimuna before we proceed further and before I make my comment. Maimuna, would you like to tell us about your experience from Iskandar in Malaysia?
So I guess, thank you, Senia, and very good afternoon to all the participants. I guess you want to know what are our drivers, right, Senia?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You can outline, you can share the key projects which you are proud of on energy efficiency, and tell us what are the driving factors and what are the challenges you're facing in implementing them.
Okay, let me start with the drivers actually. I can actually sum up that there are three key drivers that enable projects and programs to meet the SDG targets for Malaysia. And I think Malaysia has been talking about a similar program to actually eradicate poverty and things like that. So government intervention, when we talk at supporting target SDG 7, there are also government intervention in energy policies that has been introduced that really helps us to move this SDG 7. So for example, in Malaysia, we have the net energy metering, or NEM, enable solar service provider to develop flexible business model. I think just now we talk about cost. This actually enable to attract a lot of building owners and developers to install solar in their building. And we are also having a large-scale solar scheme that allows solar service provider to bid for solar farm to produce electricity and sell back to the government at agreeable tariff. So I think government intervention at federal level is very important by introducing this new policy. But in addition to that, for Malaysia, we have various incentives by Malaysia government. So one of it is actually through our Malaysia Investment Development Authority, or MIDA. I think just now we also talk about how SDG 7 or energy efficiency and renewable energy can also bring in investment. So this is one of the way that Malaysia government is doing. So under this green incentive tax allowance and green incentive tax exemption, company will undertake investment in a specific project that actually at the end of the day, yearly, they can actually reimburse in terms of this green incentive tax exemption. So this is something can become a driver for country or cities that want to actually embark on SDG 7. And lastly, I want to talk about branding and recognition. So for green or sustainable, terms actually become more popular among the developers, the end user, and so forth. So there are actually many programs undertaken at federal level as well as at local level. So at federal level, we have the Green Building Index, but currently it is in a voluntarily basis. And we also have many NGOs, and one of it is Malaysia Green Building Council that actually promotes Green Building Index. And for Iskandar Malaysia level, under our Low Carbon Society program, we have actually came out with what we call Green Accord Initiative Award that recognize green buildings in Iskandar Malaysia for the buildings in our area. So I believe this recognition can actually boost property marketing and development. Although sometimes the reason for building green building maybe it's not for the planet, but I think it helps the promotion, the lifestyle that we want to see, that at the end of the day, the investor, the community actually adopt a sustainable design, planning, and also lifestyle. I just want to get a quick sharing on the barrier. I think for Malaysia, our electricity tariff is very low comparative to other cities like Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines. So actually we need to work harder to convince that the citizen, companies to practice energy efficiency since the tariff is low. And at the same time, although the idea is novel, our government actually gives subsidy to targeted groups such as the B40 group. So I think somehow there is a plus there, but sometimes it does not help the industry to actually invest in EE or RE initiative. And I mentioned just now about the Green Building Index. So those were actually done through voluntarily basis, and it is actually commercial driven. But I think that if we compare to our neighbors that makes green mark as mandatory, I guess we can achieve the SDG indicators faster. So for a start, since this is not mandatory, IUDA is actually working together with our Johor state to gazette certain bylaw that can somehow look at how a developer can actually build green building during building submission. So I guess we also need some new regulation. Especially we are working closely with UNEP to look at district cooling, but there is no regulation to the tariff and so forth. And lastly, there is still high perception of green and sustainable products are costly. Yeah, and of course issues of funding, whether they want it to do or not, and what is their ROI at the end of the day. But I believe there are many business models out there, and people need to know it. They need to understand how the ROI works so that they will invest in EE and RE projects. But somehow we are moving towards it. So I think having a conversation like this perhaps will enable people to understand and appreciate more how EE and RE can actually help them to gain a better sustainable Malaysia. Back to you, Senia.
Thank you so much, Maimuna. I think you and Mayor Bernard outlined so many very important factors for successful SDG 7 localization and development of sustainable energy projects and solutions. And we won't have time to go through all of them today, but I think what both of you mentioned in terms of political will being the driving force and coordination and collaboration with the national level and other levels of governance in terms of policy development and mandatory regulations, tariff policies. These are, and of course, capacity building. These are very crucial factors, and they can also be quite challenging to address. But what I heard from all our speakers today is that funding, investments, business models, they play a very important role when it comes to implementation of sustainable energy projects at the city level. And we are here at this panel lucky to have Mr. Ping from AIB to share maybe his perspective from Development Bank's perspective, how cities can approach and address this problem and unlock this access to finance to be able to more effectively develop bankable projects, implement actions they see as priorities, and what kind of tools and strategies they can use. Mr. Ping, would you like to share your perspective with us?
Thank you, Sinia, and good afternoon to the organizers, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me thank the organizers, UNESCAP and other sponsors for organizing this Sustainable Urban Energy Seminar today. Building on the question from Sinia, how cities can unlock access to finance and where can IFIs like AIIB play a role? Well, firstly, we have to recognize the fact that the position of cities at subnational level poses a few key challenges in developing a bankable urban infrastructure project. And these challenges can be institutional, can be related to the legal framework, inadequate legal framework. It could be about the capacity of the city authority, especially in emerging markets, to formulate, to design, to conceptualize, and to plan and prepare a project until bankability level. So that is one part of the challenge. The other part has also to do with implementation capacity, monitoring capacity of the city authority with regards to the construction and also later to operationalize and to maintain the urban infrastructure asset. These are challenges, and we are looking at the entire life cycle of the infrastructure. So how can IFIs play a role? As you know, it is not just the IFIs that are supporting climate financing and building up city resilience capacity. Many other players out there like the bilateral development banks, the international aid organizations, UN agencies like UNESCAP, UNIDO, what you call FAO, they are doing a lot of work as well. So I would say that there are many tools and platforms out there which cities can tap on. An example would be the recently launched Cities Climate Finance Gap Fund. And this fund has 100 million euro capital. It was launched last night. We had the ministers from Germany and the environment minister from Luxembourg addressing a virtual crowd. And what that fund does is that it helps to provide technical assistance grants to city authorities or even to partners of city authorities, for example, private developers, to come up with climate resilient infrastructure for cities. And it could be related, of course, to clean transportation, to clean energy. And this fund has been launched. This fund was announced a year ago, about exactly a year ago, at the UN summit in New York in September. Now it has been launched, and it is currently being administered by our peer MDBs, namely the World Bank and the European Investment Bank. So there are many other platforms out there. For example, the likes of Cities Development Initiative Asia, of the Asian Development Bank. They are project preparatory platform. They can also help cities develop, design, and formulate projects to a stage where it is bankable for the banks like us to do the assessment and to extend our programs to realize those projects. So these are, I would say, in short, the ways that cities can sort of unlock finance in collaboration with the many players out there. So it is an ecosystem out there, and you as a city, you just have to find the right partners to first conceptualize, design, prepare, and then partner with the relevant banks to realize the infrastructure projects. Thank you. Over.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ping. I think it was a great summary, and I really like how you emphasize the importance for cities to seek collaboration and really find a way to receive technical assistance for project development, because also from our work with cities, we very often hear that they don't even know how to start, they don't know how to design the project, they don't even know how to approach donors, and very often the communication channel between cities and donors is missing. So there is sort of a need for some sort of facilitation of experts to be able to link the supply of funding to the demand from the city side in terms of receiving this funding for project implementation. So it was very valuable to hear some of the initiatives you outlined, which specifically give funding for technical assistance so that cities can get help already at this stage. But what I found very interesting, what you mentioned, is that already subnational status of the city can be the challenge in terms of accessing some funds. So I wanted to ask you maybe to elaborate a little bit more on that. And from your experience, are there good solutions? Are there examples maybe from some cities or countries where this challenge was successfully addressed? I'm just interested in this.
Thank you. So as an MDB and part of the global ecosystem to promote sustainable urban infrastructure development, we work with partners. We co-finance with our peer MDBs, the likes of the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, and not necessarily we must extend financing to the city authority, or you call it the sub-sovereign entity. We can always channel the funds through private sector partners. It could be through a PPP model. And what we always envisage is we would love to see private sector participation, because if we do extend to the sub-sovereign entity or even to the sovereign entity at national level, essentially it will increase the sovereign debt of that particular country. And we are at a stage of economic situation where I think many of our emerging markets cannot afford to add on unnecessary debt at sovereign level. So moving forward, at least in the medium term, in the next 3 to 4 years, we would love to see how we can work closely with the private sector and extend the necessary financing packages. And we have examples where we have extended our programs to the private sector. For example, we have in India, we have on land, we call to a clean technology fund run by the Tata Group, and that promotes sustainable infrastructure in selected cities and urban infrastructure in India. So that's an example. In Turkey as well, we have extended financing to strategic financial institutions in Turkey so that they can then on land to project owners undertaking renewable projects and energy efficiency projects in Turkey. So these are just two examples. Over to you.
Thank you so much. This is extremely helpful, and for sure the role of private sector is crucial in supporting cities in implementing projects. And I think it also brings us back to the point which Bernadette made in her presentation, talking about success factors, that this horizontal coordination at the city level and the vertical integration of efforts between different levels of policymaking is very important for development and implementation of the project. So perhaps I would turn back to Bernadette maybe to elaborate a little bit more on that particular factor, and maybe if we still have time, the Mayor Bernard and Maimuna can also reflect from their perspective about this question of coordination, the efforts between national and local level, bringing different stakeholders together, engaging private sector, what are the strategies we can explore in order to do it in a more effective way and have more impactful efforts on sustainable energy. Bernadette, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Local governments have a lot of barriers in implementing the things that they have to do. Of course, these barriers depends very much on the level of decentralization at the certain countries. The countries that have a high decentralization level, then local governments have much kind of more authorities to do whatever they like in managing, as well, especially also in implementing the infrastructures projects as well. So we also appreciate the work that done by UNESCAP looking at the fiscal decentralization back on track about a year ago, and we supported that because we know that sometimes this gap between national and local governments are huge in several countries. Some national policies cannot be implemented at the local level due to those gaps in understanding these policies and also implementing it. So we have to look at those angles, and we have done already a rating on good enabling environments in 24 countries, looking at the these capacity building components, looking at the decentralization on finance, looking at this authorization, looking at the constitutions, and looking also important aspect of civic engagement. So we see that countries are still in a medium rate of decentralization level. Of course, I'm happy that Malaysia is going towards that direction as well. And we really need to see a good kind of incentive from central governments. Like, for example, local governments cannot decide the price of the energy, including the renewable energy. And then, so I think it's important that local governments should be involved in the process of localization of SDGs itself. Like VNR, I think you are very familiar with the voluntary national reviews. Only less than maybe around 50% of the VNRs include the perspective of local governments. So if we are taking the responsibility of localizing almost 60% of the targets, how we are not engaged in the processes. I think this kind of thing needs to be improved, and we are happy that national governments understand also the importance of subnational governments, and looking at the financial aspects. Indeed, what the previous speaker mentioned, local governments also don't have a very good level of creditworthiness, especially in the small, medium size of cities. I think this localizing SDG should not only target big cities, capital cities, but also looking at the small, medium sized cities in which actually big population live. This is the case of Asia Pacific. So I think we have to have a combinations of incentive from central governments, also building capacity and in terms of operation as well for local government. So overall, I'm very sure we can have a good localization on energy SDG 7. But as you already see, GCOM, I mean, many cities already committed in this climate energy mitigation as well as adaptation. And then last night also mentioned earlier, there was a launching of Global Fund, but we still don't know how many cities can access that, because if you look at the number of cities, we have already millions cities in the world, and we only see you know, some same name of cities access the same. So I think the investors should also looking at the kind of possibility of working with some small, medium-sized cities as well. And cities also have limitation in terms of administrative boundaries, because I think this is one way of looking at is that the regulation of doing kind of cooperation and cities and surrounding, that could be the big opportunity, and we have to tackle that. For example, one city needs to build final disposal site of changing from waste to energy, but they need to cooperate with other cities. I think this component is not that much we see in Asia, especially, but we see a lot in Europe. So I think territorial development could be the key in addressing this important aspect of energy, and we go beyond the administrative borders of local governments or certain cities. I think that's, yeah, over to you, Senia. I hope I answered the question.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for again outlining so many important aspects. And I do want to turn to Maimuna now, but before I do that, I want to remind that the audience can also pose the questions to our speakers in the Q&A part. And we will try to have some time at the end of this panel to also address some questions which we'll get through the online means and from the physical audience in Bangkok. So if you have a question and you're online, please feel free to type it in the Q&A part. But yeah, Maimuna, I want to ask you to also continue this discussion about coordination between different levels and engaging different stakeholders, because you also mentioned that it was one of the success factors in case of Iskandar that the national government was actually providing incentives and directions. Could you elaborate a bit more and how this process is structured in Malaysia?
Okay, will do, Senia. So actually, at national level, there are various roles actually placed by different agencies in relation to SDG. So if you look at the reporting itself, the role is actually under our Prime Minister Department through the Economic Planning Unit. And actually the data for the indicator are collected by Department of Statistics of Malaysia. So that is actually the reporting part. But at the same time, we have our Ministry of Housing and Local Government that looks at projects and programs that can support the SDG indicators. So this is also related to how they can actually move local municipality to actually adopt and address some of the SDG 7 issues at local level. Because we realize that the real data contributors are from different municipality, and we understand that when we try to align SDG targets at national level, we need to understand that the outcome from local effort will actually contribute. I think just now, Badandia also mentioned that 65% or so of SDG targets actually came from local municipality programs and projects. So when we look at this, we look at how we can actually realign resources, because we have that federal level, we have the local level, we have the regional level, how we can actually optimize the underutilized resources, and how we can encourage resources sharing through better partnership. I think the keyword that we need to look at is actually partnership. And I think in 2018, Department of Statistics Malaysia, or we call here DOSM, has actually invited my organization, Iskandar Regional Development Authority, to partner in localizing the SDG at Iskandar Malaysia region that encompasses 5 municipalities. So in our region, there are actually 5 municipalities, and 2 of them are actually at city level. So this effort is actually further supported by UN Development Program team in Malaysia and Economic Planning Unit. So you can see how many agency, local, international, that actually involved in this local SDG localization program that we want to do for our region. So in this phase 1, the SDG localization scope is actually to identify and map at the local level programs that can support the indicators. So we have actually identified some of it. And actually, when we look at overall, 112 out of 244 SDG indicators can be identified for our region. But I think when we look at all of these indicators, only 74 of the indicators we have available data. So again, data, how we actually work together to collect the data besides actually implement the programs. So we are actually developing a template for local authorities and related agencies to actually fill in for reporting purposes. So there are 2 here. One is reporting, one is actually doing the actual program. So and we also have actually established a data platform which we call as Iskandar Malaysia Urban Observatory as a center to collect this SDG data. We assess and we disseminate the information and dashboard as required. So this is a work that we are working together with DOSM and also UNDP. So I think the success factor not only about investment that we bring in to Iskandar Malaysia, how do we measure our sustainability? So at the moment, we find that SDG is the best global measurement that we can use. But having said that, sharing of data or co-ownership of data between agencies, ministries, municipality, even private sector are crucial. So the issue here is that, are they willing to share the data? Do they know what the data to share? So I have to say that SDG goals and target will not be achieved without the SDG number 17 itself that actually emphasize on partnership. So I think to do this programs and monitoring, we need to look at partnership and partnership. Then only then we can actually achieve what SDG goals are talking about. Back to you, Sine.
Thank you so much, Maimuna. Definitely the role of partnerships is extremely important. It's collective effort, and there are so many stakeholders involved. And you also mentioned the importance of communication and sharing the data and making an effort to make this data robust and being able to collect. And of course, the work which Iskandar in Malaysia is doing on different levels of SDG indicators is really impressive. I would like to turn to Mayor Bernard to hear his perspective from the Philippines and how this work on coordinating between national, perhaps provincial, and local level of governance and SDG implementation is structured in the Philippines and being implemented in his city. Mayor Bernard?
Thank you very much, Senya. And I totally agree with Maimuna that partnership really plays a vital role on this. But with our city, I think what's needed in order to accelerate the process of SDG localization is first a creation of a local energy audit team. It will be a multi-stakeholder committee headed by the local government unit, the Department of Science and Technology, which represents the national government, and the Isabela State University, which represents the academe, as well as finally the private sector, as part of the Smarter City project, the duties of which mainly include the giving of technical assistance on energy utilization, a conduct of energy assessment if these energy solutions are energy efficient, and formulate programs and strategies to promote lesser energy consumption. That's it.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Bernard, in terms of the other projects which you're working on SDGs, how are you communicating with the national government, and whether there is any incentives or direction from the national government of Philippines in terms of SDG implementation, be it SDG 7 or any other SDGs? Is there indicator framework or some sort of capacity building or any other efforts which you can tell us about?
Yeah, I think I lost you.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a pause.
Yeah, we have a close coordination with the Department of Science and Technology. That's a national government aspect on providing us with the key performance indicators on smarter cities. And committee headed by Senator Pia Cayetano. So we are closely coordinating with these entities to provide us guidance as well in our efforts to address the global goals.
Thank you so much. I think we still have some time before I want to turn to the audience, and maybe I will ask one more question to all the speakers, and you can choose how you want to address it, because it sort of came up in most of your points, that the importance of capacity building. And of course, capacity building for cities, for SDG localization and sustainable energy can be really diverse. But maybe if I can ask you to narrow it down and maybe choose a couple of very important areas for capacity building, either in your city or in cities you're working with, which usually comes up. What do we need to start with to be able to help the city to really build capacity and start accelerating progress on SDG 7? Who wants to go first? Maybe I will ask Bernadilla to address from her regional perspective. Do we still have Bernadilla with us?
Sorry, I'm muting.
Yeah. No worries.
Sometimes we have to adjust this. Well, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, capacity building is a huge issue. And we know different kind of capacity building needed by cities and local governments. Looking at the energy sectors, I think first important thing is that cities should be able to identify which energy consumption that they also have, and how to bring down the consumption of energy in their cities. For example, basically cities sometimes they don't know where to invest to, and we know that energy consumption in cities usually reflected from the transportation, buildings, as well as this waste, solid waste. And when we look at this, capacity building, they also have to understand that there are already local solutions on that. They don't need to look for much higher solution that come from others, but they need to have a capacity in understanding that there are some solutions already. For example, this organic waste that normally in the cities comprise of maybe around 50–60% in developing cities, and then they can transform easily into energy, and this already shown by in some already innovation initiative, then they don't require a big amount of budget for doing that, and this also connect. So in the city, sometimes they don't know how to looking at this localization of energies from the economic perspective or economic gain of doing this, because if you transfer waste to energy, reducing 50% organic waste, and you can even save a lot of money transforming waste into disposal site. So this kind of I think is required, and of course making good and bankable projects also a big challenge for cities because they don't have capacity, and even they don't know, some of the cities still illiterate in the financial terms, and also in terms of financial options, crowded like a blended funds, you know, those kind of financial options. We used to also organize event with stock market, and we invited the mayors to speak there, and then also to understand about bonds, municipal bonds, because if you see Japan, China, most of the infrastructures are paid through bonds. So a big country like Indonesia doesn't even have municipal bonds in place yet. So not because of regulation, because there's already regulation, but they don't have a confidence in themselves in having municipal bonds. This is also an example of Indonesia. So I think we have to have a combination of capacity building in legal terms, and also in the technical terms, and also understanding good technology. Those kind of mix of capacity building is needed. But you also have to recall that many cities through our programs, they already come up with the climate action plans, identification of the climate action plans, and also reporting. So I think Maimuna, you mentioned rightly, so many institutions, even in one country, sometimes local governments get confused where to report to about greenhouse gas emissions. So we, through the works, we managed to put this as part of the vertical integration, and having a good reporting framework at the national level. And we don't want to confuse cities, and then by having so many reportings through different ministries. So we managed to do that in several countries, but this is still a challenge. So I think if you, for us, let me just conclude by saying that you have to have a combination of technology, combination of legislation, combination of institutions, because some of the works for having innovation cannot be done because there is no legal framework to support that. So there is a limitation on the operation, limitation on the institution, limitation on making good planning and data collection, and also monitoring as well. So overall, I think that's what we require. Even some cities, they don't know how to make a good vision for their cities. It also depends on the leaders, you know. But good cities is the place where we, all the citizens, should enjoy living, enjoy working, enjoy also being there. And then the good city should have a soul, should have you know, basically the vision of the citizens as well. So we see that also as a kind of concerns that we face. Yeah. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bernadette. Definitely, it's a very complex question and mix of different capacities which we need to help cities to develop. And you covered so many of them in such a short and comprehensive manner. So I want to ask other speakers, maybe just to pick one area which you think we really need to focus with cities on building capacity. Mr. Ping, would you like to tell us what you think regarding capacity building from your financial perspective?
Yeah, thank you again. And you see, AIIB in essence is an infrastructure development bank, and we finance projects, we monitor projects. So what we would love to see at city level or municipal level is that you have the institutional capacity to conceptualize infrastructure projects, and then there's a gap from concept to design until bankability. So this gap, we are currently partnering with other peers and other organizations to deliver solutions to cities, to identify selected cities. So once it reaches bankability stage, this is where we can then come in and add value and translate the feasible, viable, commercially viable, financially viable project into reality. Over and above that, I want to take this opportunity to highlight that within AIIB, we have a project preparation special fund, and the details of which can be found on our website. And I'm more than happy to share with all of you via a link through Senior. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Ping. Mayor Bernard, for Kaohsiung City, what do you think is the highest priority right now in terms of capacity building?
Well, right now we want to be able to know the challenges and the problems of the people. So we want to do a grassroots approach on identifying the problems of the local citizens, which does not only address the challenge SDG 7, but all the other global SDGs. But we also want to be able to know the problems and challenges being faced by the people and guide us. That will guide us on what kind of technologies or interventions are needed to address these problems, not the other way around, where we introduce technologies or initiatives just for the sake of having new technology. But if these initiatives are not applicable or do not address the problems faced by the people or the community, then it will be useless. So I think it's very important for us to really absorb the need of the people at the moment.
Great, that's definitely a very important starting point for any work in the city. Maimuna, could you please share your perspective for Iskandar?
So I think, again, perhaps that we would like to see how our community, our business partner, our investor can actually see how the programs that we are doing, for example, how much energy saving in the long run. It's not only about saving in money, you know, it can also in terms of resource saving. Maybe with the RE&E programs, we can have like lesser workers to do whatever operational that they want. And we should also understand that it also contributes to the reduction of carbon emission, but what it means to the country. This is something that perhaps we need to make the people understand that reduction in carbon emission is important. And I think at federal and local level, we have many good programs based on our sustainable document, our low carbon society blueprint. Maybe what we need is actually if we can have a tools to actually prioritize these SDG projects and understand which project yield the most value to meet the indicators. And of course, lastly, we talk about financing opportunity. I think I've been working with Chia for quite some time in the last, I think 5 years, Chia. So we welcome AIIB to actually support the funding opportunity. And I think for Iskandar Malaysia, we always talk about private-driven investment. So again, I will be in contact with you and see how we can actually have a sustainable project. And again, I want to see if a project like district cooling project that we have with UNEP, maybe we can move this further with financing opportunity from not AIIB, but other banks as well. Yeah.
Excellent. It's always a pleasure to see how even in the expert panel, we are already starting some fruitful collaboration. That's really great. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your ideas and insights. That was really interesting to hear your perspective from the ground, from your work. But I think we still have a couple of minutes to maybe take a couple of questions from the audience. And I want to ask for help from organizers to let me know if there are any questions for the panel.
Yes, hello, this is Peter. Just, is there any questions on the floor to the city panel? Okay, I have a question actually. So I was kind of curious here, bridging from the first session here to Maimuna from Iskandar region, and
Yeah.
the topic of district cooling. I'm interested to know a little bit how you're working with the United Nations. environment on district cooling. Maybe you can expand a little bit on that.
Okay, we started the program with UNEP, I think like 3 years ago. And firstly, what we do is we do the awareness programs. We do a high-level strategy to really understand what are the issues or what are the main challenges that in current local or international investment on district cooling. Because as you know, air conditioning is one of the highest contributor to the electricity consumption in Malaysia. So naturally, we should take care of that. So beside promoting green building and so forth, so we worked together with UNEP and we did a deep dive project in a new township, which is called Medini City, to see where will be the best location and where are the integration of buildings that we can identify to cover this district cooling. So one of our challenges is that land price in Iskandar, Malaysia, and at certain land banks are very expensive. So in order to make the project viable, we need to creatively see how we can lower down the land price. So we explore, for example, like maybe trying to put the district cooling underneath the ground. So we explore open space, yeah. So we also explore how private sector can come in and maybe join partner with the local master developer to actually do this. So currently we are looking seriously at how we can actually bring in district cooling to Medini City. So I guess our first cut on convincing the master developer, maybe we are at 80% rate success. So we need to get the right investor to come in. So I think that's the status of our district cooling project with UNEP.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. We have another question here coming from, actually from, let me see here, from Anna from ENGIE.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is the status of the Iskander project development? And when is this private sector companies like ENGIE could enter a partnership with you?
So currently we are finalizing the document. We work together with Catapult City from UK. So once we finalize the document and we understand the business model and the ROI, then we will eventually open bidding to all interested investors to come in and do the district cooling. But again, like I mentioned just now, our main challenge is the land price. So if I can get that stumbling block, I think that this project can be viable. So perhaps ENGIE, maybe we can start to discuss, and then maybe you can help us to really do some calculation how to actually resolve the stumbling block of the land price.
Thank you very much, Mamuna. I think we are running out of time, I think, unfortunately. Sena, do you have anything more you want to add?
I would just like to thank all our panelists for this very insightful discussion, and thank you so much for all your contributions and for all the great work you're doing on sustainable energy and all the SDGs. It's really great and very inspiring to hear all the developments which you have shared with us, and looking forward to hear more as we keep collaborating on SDG localization, and ESCAP will be, of course, at your disposal to support and provide technical assistance and build partnerships and help to address all the challenges which you mentioned. So thank you, everyone, very much. And I will hand it back to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Sena. It was a really good panel discussion here on cities with a lot of interesting perspectives. And I hope that the audience got good insights and ideas on to keep developing sustainable energy in cities. And I would like to ask all the panelists in the city panel to stay on, and maybe you have questions for the next panel if you want. Okay, I'm just gonna hand over now the microphone, the floor to the next panel, which is with the topic facilitating urban energy developments, and the moderator is Muhammad Ali, who is a project engineer at ENGIE, but also an advisor for APUEA. So over to you, Ali.
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Facilitating Urban Energy Development panel. We have a tremendous panel consisting of experts from project development and finance with slight different perspectives on project investment and financing. We have two broad objectives with our time today. First is to share some thinkings about the latest development in urban energy and how it is shaping our lives in cities. This is essentially a discussion on lessons learned, new urban energy systems, and some examples of the projects. Our second objective is to discuss about the policies and regulatory framework that can facilitate the development of urban energy and shape the future of energy. At the end of the session, there is a Q&A session to bring our on-site and live webinar audience into our conversation. We ask that throughout the discussion, as the questions arise, please use the Q&A function to pop your questions in. And if your question is towards a particular panelist, please mention the name. With this, I would like to share my screen to introduce my panelist. Our first panelist today, starting from my left, is Muhammad Khader. He is the Commercial and Development Director at Qatar Cool. He is responsible for the business development, corporate communication, and customer services. And his experience include district cooling, utility sector, and construction industry on major projects in Doha. Our second panelist is Anna Dufoko. Anna is the head of district cooling schemes at ENGIE Southeast Asia. She is leading a team of district cooling experts in ENGIE's various regional offices, including Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines, serving the Southeast Asia region. Her experience includes the development of large-scale energy efficiency projects with commercial partners, customers, and local governments. Please welcome Anna.
Thank you, Muhammad.
Our third panelist is Tiruhisa Oi. Tiru is the Principal Energy Specialist at Asian Development Bank. He is leading projects in India and Bangladesh, mainly in power distribution sectors, and has a long experience in district heating and cooling, energy efficiency, energy sectors planning, and renewable energy. My third panelist today is David Morgado. David is the Energy Policy Specialist at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. He is responsible for supporting the implementation of AIIB's Sustainable Energy Strategy, and his work experience covers energy efficiency, demand-side management, and renewable energy across Asia Pacific and Africa region. So welcome to all of you in our discussion today. So I would like to start discussion from you, Anna. You discussed several things since morning on the district energy sectors. We talked about energy conservation, energy efficiency, etc. So I would like to start from you that ENGIE's mission is to lead zero carbon transition as a service. How ENGIE is accelerating this change towards the urban energy development?
Hi, Mohammed. Thank you very much for your question. To address this question, I would like first to share some figures regarding the context of the cooling development worldwide and more focusing on Asian region. At the moment, what we are seeing is a growth of the worldwide population living in cities, and their share of CO2 emission is booming. In Asia, we have 100 million people which are expected to migrate from the countryside to cities by 2030. The IEA, International Energy Agency, has predicted that in the next 3 decades, the use of air conditioners will become one of the first driver of the global electricity demand. So there is a need of actions to address energy efficiency, and this is because the energy demand for space cooling will more than triple by 2050. So to cope with this challenge in the cooling landscape, it's critical to develop efficient cooling, such as district cooling, which enable to implement environmental friendly solutions. This through several aspects. First, it frees some space on the rooftop to enable, for example, the installation of rooftop solar or green roofs. It also enables to integrate in such large-scale system renewable energy in the energy mix, such as I mentioned solar, but there is also biomass. There is waste to energy because we can use absorption chiller to produce cooling, or we can also use the free cooling from sea or rivers or lakes to produce cooling. And it also enables to integrate storage technologies in order to move the production during off-peak period and to reduce the impact on the electricity grid. So as ENGIE, we are convinced that district cooling is a key enabler to meet the increasing air conditioning needs from the customers in a more sustainable way for Asian countries. To develop district cooling, you were mentioning that we are developing a solution as a service. So I would just like to explain a bit more what is our utility as a service model. This is answering a need from the customer, should it be private businesses or public entities who want to reduce their carbon footprint and reduce their energy bill. They want to focus their resources on their core business and not on energy efficiency. And they want also to work on their sustainable image. So for that, ENGIE is proposing to invest or purchasing existing utility or invest in new utility system at an attractive price to operate it and maintain it to guarantee the best possible performance, so the lowest emission possible. And we would cover any new investment. So the customer would actually focus on their core business and benefit of the guarantees of performance and energy savings. So we have a total cost of ownership approach from day one. We look at the overall life cycle of the project to provide this kind of solution. I can give you, for example, a recent project in Middle East with the acquisition of a real estate company in Dubai, which is called Emar Properties. So it's through our joint venture with Tabrid. We acquired 80% of the cooling infrastructure. So this means managing the existing 150,000 RT installed, invest in the upcoming 85,000 RT that will be developed in the coming year, and provide with a guaranteed efficiency, sustainable cooling to the customers.
Thank you, Anna. A brilliant perspective. I would like to move towards Mohammed and a slightly different perspective. I will ask you that what role district cooling is playing in the Middle East market and towards achieving the sustainability, and how do you engage your customers and society to achieve a cleaner world?
Thank you, Mohammed. Glad to be here with this nice conference. It's for the first time for us to experience such hybrid conferences. For your question, Mohammed, how do we basically promote the district cooling and how we engage our customers? In fact, we always try to explain the benefits, environment benefits for the customers. Through explaining the numbers to start with, and if we divide the benefits to macro level and micro level being the community, we always title ourselves as environmentally friendly services that we provide through the district cooling services rather than air conditioning system. We do that by basically comparing the conventional way of cooling that Qatar, which is Gulf region country where the air conditioning is a necessity here, especially at this time. We are still in the summertime here, and it will take us to another 1 month at least, as you have been experiencing this during your time in the Gulf region. So we speak about the conventional cooling versus the district cooling and how the benefit are measured. So, for example, during the operation of Qatar Cool in the last about 15 years or 14 years now, if the customers that we are connecting with at the moment are to use the air-cooled chillers, there will be about 316 million kilowatt hour of electricity that was produced in excess of the need of the real need of the air conditioning because of using the air conditioning, because of using air-cooled chillers basically. In addition, that number, which is 316 million kilowatt of hour, that would be enough to power 10,500 villas per year. And that amount is basically going to emit about 175 million ton of CO2. In different words, we have saved about 170 million ton of CO2 to be emitted. That is communicated to the customers usually through lots of channels, lots of communication channels, and to the government and to the decision makers to promote district cooling in general. Also, as I mentioned, the air conditioning is a necessity here all over the year. Electricity the air conditioning is about 70% consumer of the electricity demand in the summertime, and 50% in average all over the year. So with this electricity required for these buildings, when you cut the need for the power required for the big chillers, big machines, then you would have less power, and that would make other means of generating power like solar power, solar panels and solar power more effective to be used. For the customers, this is one of the things that we explain to the customers in general, and for the customers level, during the design and installation, we provide guidelines of the contractor of the best practices of using the district cooling and installation of air conditioning equipment to save the energy. So we talk to them first about the difference between both systems, and then we optimize our own system of how to get the best out of it, how to save energy, and saving energy means saving more money. That is done during the design and installation, and also we address the needs for the better operation during the operation. We talk to the facility management of what is the best practice to do, and also we talk also to the end users of the best thermostat set temperature that they have to keep, and we explain why all the time. So it's all about communicating and explaining and giving the lessons learned to the customers.
So how your customers are appreciating that you are bringing a technology which is more energy efficient, having the conservation of water, etc. So are they realizing the benefit that district cooling is bringing to your region, particularly in Qatar where you are?
Well, it all depends on the level of information they receive. We do realize that customers, end users in particular, usually they don't realize that they are using district cooling, because when you reside or you work in an office tower where it is where there is 30, 40 floors, if you are in the building, you don't know where the cooling coming from, if it is air cooled chillers or district cooling. Once you start explaining to the end users, they do appreciate. And of course, this information is available for the tower owners and the master developers. It is definitely appreciated through in the design stage. There is one district that we are serving at the moment, which is the Pearl, Qatar, where we have the largest district cooling plant in the world with a capacity of 130,000 tons. If it was not for the district cooling, the whole project will be completely in different shape. The air-conditioned area or the leasable area or the sellable area will be much less than what it is at the moment, and that will completely destroy the whole business model that they have. There should be a certain amount of electricity connected to this project, and therefore they have to manage it wisely, and district cooling was the answer. The government, from the government perspective, actually there is new statistics that came across recently from the government themselves. The statistics says that by 2030, the estimated savings because of district cooling by 2030, when the penetration of district cooling by that time in Qatar will be about 19%, with the estimated capacity of 1.6 million ton of refrigeration, the savings will be about 1 billion Qatari riyal per year through the reduced power plant capacities, the electricity distribution network, and also gas consumption for generation. That is a huge number, and they have realized that. In addition to this, because of these savings, there will be about 1.7 million, 1,700 million ton of CO2 saved. Financially speaking, the yearly savings by that time will be about 1 billion. Yeah, we spoke about the financials by 1 billion Qatari riyal per year. So there is a realization of it, but what we learn here that you have to always keep talking about it. You have to remind people about it, especially when the new customers coming in and they realize that they have to pay different tariffs than what they used to. So it's a must that you keep the communication on all of the channels.
I'll come back to you with a further question on this one, particularly on the tariff, but let's take the opinion of Tiru here. Tiru, the urban energy projects are large and complex and expensive undertakings. So how ADB facilitates the urban energy development? What type of projects do you finance, and how project developers can secure finance more efficiently from ADB?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Well, ADB provides loans and also the grants to the investment for urban infrastructures. It's not limited only urban energy, but also another facilities like water supply, drainage, and affordable housing, and urban roads, urban transport, so on and so forth. So basically our role is that I work with the central government, line ministries, and also the municipal governments to provide the basic needs or urban infrastructure to meet urban infrastructure financing. With regard to district cooling, it's kind of falls, it doesn't fall exactly that what line ministry is in charge of it. And because it's the same structure in ADB, because we have an energy division and the urban sector division and transport division. And transport people will just work with the transport related line ministries. And whereas energy sector normally work with central government, something like a Minister of Power or Minister of Energy. And urban sector people work with municipality. But district cooling is not like the elements that are recognized by none of these line agencies. Municipality also doesn't think that the district cooling is not my domain. And energy sector, energy line ministry also thinks that district cooling is not our domain. It should be the municipality. And probably municipality also doesn't know that this is related to energy. So it has to go back to the Minister of Power or Energy. So this is what I see the current situation. That's why one of the reasons that the district cooling is not widespread in our region is this sort of ministerial or divisional silo prevents that the district cooling introduction into the municipality. So that is my view. Thank you.
How about those regions where district cooling is having a large penetration, just like some Middle Eastern countries, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar? So are you also financing projects in those regions of the Middle East?
In the Middle East, unfortunately, we don't and we can't because they are not our members countries, so they are not eligible borrowing money. I guess the AIIB can lend money for those countries, but not in case of Asian Development Bank. And so far, to my knowledge, that the district cooling investments has been done only in China, and which I actually processed that loan to the city of Qingdao in China. So, but this case was, I guess, quite unique because in terms of the country setting, China has already district heating. So they and the district heating company already exists in the many of the northern part of the cities. So they have idea that what is the district cooling. And basically, it's just a reverse of the district heating. And then many of the assets can be commonly shared. And then the district cooling company, district heating company, under the municipal responsibility. And municipality also knows that the district heating is their responsibility to supply the residents in urban area. So same logic follows to the district cooling in China. You know, if there is a technology matured and then if it is cost effective and then if it contributes to the climate change, why not? So I think at this kind of setting and also the understanding are lacking in most of the Asian countries, particularly in, if you talk about the district cooling, Southeast Asia and South Asia. So I think a tremendous amount of capacity building, awareness raising are needed, not only the central level, but the municipality level. And then I think like ADB or AIB, we have to show what's the business model in outside of this region and how it works. Thank you.
So for those municipalities, I will just a question on this one. For the municipality where you think that the business model is a mandatory for connection to the buildings in those situations. So how is the district cooling proceeding there? Is this prospering more as compared to those areas where the district cooling is not by municipality?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question again, please?
I mean that if the district cooling is by municipality, so this is like a sort of mandatory connection for the buildings, and the district cooling is coming at subsidized cost because municipality is providing. So these type of business models, how is the penetration of these models? Are they applied in larger extents in China and those places where you are giving examples, or there are limited examples? You might be on mute, Thiru.
Yeah.
No, you are mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So if you talk about the district heating, to my knowledge in China, especially in the larger city, there is no more subsidized heating cost, heating tariff to the residents and also the industrial customers. So, well, that is not a big issue. And cooling itself is also, it's a good investment, fancy investment for the city. And what I'm talking about, this is like a Qingdao city. Is the, has a unique characteristic as a city, that it's a tourist spot for not only for Chinese, but foreigners. And Qingdao is the sort of like one of the economic hub, and the municipality itself is quite independent in terms of economically from central government. So they want to show that they pride themselves and they want to make their city much more cleaner. And why district cooling also coming out, and why they want to adopt the district cooling is because by investing at this facility, city can get more value out of it. And in terms of the comfortness of the city residents living in cities, as well as it will also reduce the air pollution, contribute to the air pollution reductions, and removing all this, the AC, which is each one of house has it, and these can be removed, or new buildings can be look fancy. So I think of multiple benefit they see to converting to the district cooling system. But I don't think that it can be happen in the small municipality, which doesn't have much of the financial wealth to invest these things. And if you go to the smaller city, and capacity of handling this type of project tend to be very low. So yeah, I would say that district cooling definitely gets popular, at least in China and in the larger urban setting.
Thank you. We'll take the perspective of David. AIIB began operation in 2016, and today you have total investment of up to $200 billion. 20 billion. So what type of projects AIIB finances, and what is the status of your current urban energy development projects?
Thank you, Mohammed, and thanks also for the organizers for having us here today. So going to your question, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, or AIB, is a new multilateral development bank. We're based in Beijing, and we were established in January 2016, so very new development bank. And our mission is to improve social and economic outcomes and bring countries together to bridge this huge investment gap that exists in Asia and beyond. And as the name of the bank states, and unlike ADB and other multilateral development banks, which have a broader poverty reduction mandate, the AIIB is focusing specifically on infrastructure. And during its first years of operations, based on client demand and stakeholder engagement, they've strongly validated the original rationale for the creation of the bank and emphasized three key areas that are evolved into what the bank calls its emerging thematic priorities. And the first one being sustainable infrastructure. So promoting green infrastructure, supporting countries to meet their environmental and development goals. The second one, cross-border connectivity, so prioritizing cross-border infrastructure and so on. The third one, which I think would be very important also for for the urban setting is private capital mobilization. So how can we develop innovative solutions that catalyze private capital in partnership with other MDBs like ADB, with governments, private financiers, and other partners. So the bank started in 2016 with 57 founding members, and today has reached a total of 103 members from Asia and beyond. And with the Asian member countries owning majority of the bank. And as Tero mentioned, we can invest in any of these countries, but the focus very much is, because we're in a startup phase, is on the developing countries in Asia. And similar to the ADB, we can invest in both public and private sectors. And as you mentioned, Mohammed, we just crossed the $20 billion US mark in terms of approved loans, covering a total of 93 projects across 26 countries, which I think is quite remarkable for a newly established development bank with only 300 people. So the infrastructures projects that we look at cover energy, and that's the majority of our investment, to 20%, followed by transport with 18%, water, urban, ICT, and we also invest a lot in, through financial institutions, including for urban energy as well. India is by far our largest market of investment, so we've done about $4.4 billion US investment. The second one is Turkey with 2 billion. Indonesia was where we were quite active with $1.9 billion US, and Bangladesh with $1.5 billion US. 57% of these projects by loan amount are co-financed with other MDBs, so like ADB, World Bank, EBRD, and many others. We have a range of projects in the urban energy sector, and we're keen to collaborate with other partners like ENGIE and Qatar Cool, and as well as other development banks and commercial banks to expand our urban energy portfolio into energy efficiency, renewable energy, district heating and cooling, rooftop solar, smart grids, electric vehicle infrastructure, waste to energy, and many more areas. In terms of examples of projects that we've approved to date, I'd like to highlight a couple of them. In Bangladesh, we have been doing projects to expand and upgrade electricity distribution to enable access to electricity, which is extremely important to Bangladesh, where there's a significant amount of the population that doesn't have adequate access to electricity. In Beijing, we have worked with Beijing Gas to get people to start using gas instead of coal for heating purposes. So we've been investing in gas distribution in Beijing, particularly in rural areas. In Nepal, we've also been upgrading the electricity distribution system and expanding. So again, to bring adequate access to electricity to a number of areas in Nepal. Well, we just approved a couple of weeks ago, together with the Asian Development Bank, we're financing a waste to energy project in the Maldives, which will be quite a significant investment in the country and enable to divert and get a lot of the waste to be treated adequately rather than being taken to landfill. And it's quite important in such a tourist hotspot. We've also invested in Mandalika in Indonesia in an urban and tourism infrastructure project, which also covers a number of energy-related infrastructure. We also do a lot of on-lending through banks and funds for energy efficiency and waste to energy. And that's because we're in a sort of a startup phase. So it's very difficult for us to invest in very small projects. We're typically looking at $100 million projects, whether it's sovereign or non-sovereign or private sector.
And that was my question coming to you, that if you start funding the district cooling project, what is your cutoff?
So yeah, so we've looked at district cooling, and even in the different panel is kinder. So district cooling is an upcoming technology in Asia, as Tero mentioned. Of course, China has been where the greatest growth has been in Asia. So if we exclude Middle East, Malaysia has also provided a good study. I think the challenge there that we have seen is not the project size, but it's the complexity. So district cooling, what we have seen where it works best is when there's a new area that's being developed. And in Asia, we have seen a lot of cities, new cities being developed, new areas. So whether it's a commercial industrial park or residential area, where you can start from scratch. So the district cooling system will be set up and ready to take in the new owners, and you know that there would be a significant cooling demand that would be relatively constant during the year as well, particularly in the sort of southern and the hotter areas of Asia. That's an area that we have been sort of more looking at, because it's quite a complex project to look at if you're actually transforming an existing area to be all suited to district cooling. And then, as Teru mentioned, there's a number of complexities from institutional aspects in terms of having to plan those changes and having the legal framework, for example, required to get people to convert them from using air conditioning to start using the district cooling system. So, and for AIB, because we're in a startup phase, we have what we call a project preparation special fund, which is to get these projects ready. And so far, we haven't had that much sort of demand to look at district cooling specifically, but it's definitely something that's on our radar, and very keen to look at opportunities where, particularly in the Middle East, where I think there's more significant demand for cooling, and where these projects might be more easily and rapidly implemented.
I'll come back to you on the financing questions a bit later. We'll move back towards Mohammed and talk about challenges. Qatar, Mohammed, the world's largest natural gas reserve, largest exporter of LNG. If you talk about the electricity, there is no peak and off-peak prices. Electricity is cheap. What type of challenges and barriers you face for the project development, for demand management, and from the collection side in this scenario?
Having the low tariff here in Qatar, similar to Malaysia, I think Maimuna was talking about it. It is bringing a challenge to feel the benefits of reducing the electricity, especially in the project. However, there is other benefits that can overcome this challenge. The benefits that the district cooling can bring to the table, which some of them I mentioned before. But for example, I'll give you the service that we are providing. We do provide for two districts here in Qatar, the Pearl Qatar, which is having one plant, and the other district is West Bay area, where we have 3 district cooling plants in there connected to one network. The difference, there is a major difference between both districts. The Pearl is a concession agreement basis, where any developer who is going to develop any project in the Pearl Qatar, where it's a man-made island, has to connect to district cooling due to the lots of technical reasons that bring the Pearl Qatar together. While the West Bay area, it's a free market where district cooling is an option for the customers, so they can go to their conventional cooling and or they can connect to district cooling. When we started the service there was major developments coming up at that area, and it's there is no master developer. It is basically the choice of the developer. When we bring the factors that we speak to the customers about, which are the saving in the electricity infrastructure and the simplicity and the speed of connecting to district cooling, rather than the margins and the cost that the contractor are applying when it comes to cooling towers and air-cooled chillers or water-cooled chillers. These things, and comparing them and comparing the cost in the long term rather than 1 year, just comparing it to 20 years, are basically playing big factor. Adding to that, the things that Anna spoke about, the freeing the space, and in addition to that, the avoidance of noise and pollution that comes with the conventional way of cooling. All of these factors are overcoming the challenges that customers talking about when we talk about penetrating the market. Qatar now is having about 36 district cooling project. I talked about four plants. We have 4 plants and 2 districts. The 5th one is under design at the moment, but Qatar is basically having 36 districts. There is one company who works aside to us in a similar to the Pearl Qatar, but there is another other basically projects. Some universities, the stadiums for the World Cup 2022. So there is a realization of the district cooling benefit when it comes to intensity, where you have an area there where air-conditioned area there is intense in that particular spot, where you need more than 10,000 tons of refrigeration. Definitely the answer is district cooling, even if the tariffs are low, but the centralization of this service will bring many benefits that that will speak about itself. And we see the district cooling is moving forward with other projects coming up. It's difficult to have district cooling for already built towers. Definitely, as David mentioned, you have to have a greenfield project to build the district cooling, rather than maybe some other technologies applied in different maybe district heating or other services, where you can convert the buildings to be district energy buildings. We've been able to convert a couple of towers in West Bay area, where they have a conventional way of cooling, but they were 2 separate examples rather than complete district. With that, we are working good with the customers, and the major point of the effectiveness district cooling as a big barrier also for the customers when they come and talk about district cooling and the cost they bring to it. We always explain that it goes hand in hand, the district cooling services, with the occupancy of the project. The occupancy of the building or the project depends on the business model of the office tower or of the residential tower or of the hotel. If you have good occupancy around the year, if you have good sales team that sell the project or rent out the apartments, district cooling will be broken down to some Qatari riyal per square meter that you have to embed within the contract, and then the owner doesn't feel the hefty bill that comes if the tower is empty, and also the end users they do appreciate difference between having the bill with electricity in and for air conditioning purposes versus the bill with the district cooling. So it works together. There is nothing like a separate thing that you address the district cooling alone. It doesn't work. So it has all to harmonize with the real estate factors, basically.
You mentioned about the concession and the free market, and you are in both projects. One you are dealing with concession, another is a free market. So from customers' satisfaction perspective, where the customers are feeling more satisfied, where they are within the constraint of a concession, or where they are the free to join? Because I see many projects in the world, when the customers are feeling that they are coming under concession, they start comparing district cooling with splits, without thinking that what are the other benefits district cooling is bringing. So what type of challenges you face between these two markets?
That's a good question, actually. And if we talk about the customers here being the people who signs the contract with the district cooling provider, which is the owners of the project, let's address these people, not to the end users, because the end users at the in both where it is a free market or if it is a concession agreement, they won't feel the difference, but the owners will. So we do spend, believe it or not, we do spend time longer sometimes with the concession where in the Pearl Qatar, where the concession agreement is, to explain the benefits. Because definitely, if you are forcing somebody to do something, even if it has more benefits, they would start questioning, because they would like to have the freedom to choose. So we do explain, we deal with them as they have the freedom to go with the conventional cooling, and we explain why it is good, why it is beneficial for them. Why it has been basically forced on them, if you would like. It is not forced, but why it has been put in the on the model of the concession agreement. It is not because it is more beneficial for the master developer or more beneficial for the district cooling provider, but rather for the whole good for the project itself. Yeah, basically, and some of the customers where they base their project based on sales perspective, they do prefer district cooling because they will go with the installation of the ETSs. They will borne the cost for a couple of years, and then if the project is fully occupied and everything was sold out, then it is all basically innovated to the end users and the co-owner association, which is preferable for these customers.
Thank you. Anna, I'll come back to you after a while because I know that you can add on this one, but I will move to TEWI at the moment. TEWI, ADP is also working towards poverty alleviations and funding the urban energy development project. So such a competing priorities between two very diverse things. So where do you place the urban energy development among such competing priorities, and what are the risks that can make or break such urban energy project transaction? TEWI.
Well, I think first that depends on the municipality by municipality because the priority would be different. And so because the projects that we fund is coming from the request from the government. So if they see that district cooling is a top priority or one of the priorities for the cities, yes, we consider for financing for that. So yeah, I would say that all investments needs in the municipality is important. And if the city has a large slum area and then their living condition is so bad and still the urban poor number is high in that particular city, yes, I think that the investments priority goes to those areas to convert the shanty town to more better living space. So such as financing for the affordable housing and a connection to the pipe water and electricity, so on and so forth. So yeah, it depends on the city.
Thank you. Anna, what are the key challenges and barriers that you are facing in the development of district cooling project in Southeast Asia region? You mentioned that the district cooling is not mandatory there. So you have to take the case by case, go to each developer, each customers, convince them that district cooling is more environmental feasible, more technically and economically feasible. So what challenges do you face with such a big and diverse market there?
I would say we are facing the same kind of challenges that Kader mentioned already. I think it's really true for us as well, is mostly to raise the awareness and to convince the users of the benefits of the district cooling in a case-by-case approach. I wanted to come back on the difference between the brownfield and the greenfield development. So brownfield meaning that we would connect already existing building to a new central plant, whereas the greenfield project is developing the district cooling at the same time as the district. We have both type of projects in Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, we have Northgate in Alabang, where we have connected 11 existing buildings. So the type of constraints which are specific to brownfield would be more related to the construction aspects, let's say the project management and the installation of the plant in an already dense area. But if we manage to find an interesting location for a district cooling plant. What I would say for a brownfield type of project is that it's actually a bit easier to convince the customers of the savings they would have by connecting to the district cooling, because we would have an existing load on which we can safely make our tariff proposal, and they can directly compare to their current cost and the projected cost for renewal and so on. So the savings are more tangible. However, indeed, the construction might be more difficult. We had an example with a very old tree, which was on the path of our network, and actually it cost us a lot to manage to go below without touching the roots of this tree. There is the traffic interruption, and so on and so forth. So there are some benefits, there are some constraints from this kind of project. If I focus on the greenfield project, that's quite interesting, because indeed we have some projections of the load, but the commercial risk is much more important for those kind of projects. So you will develop your plant on the basis of a schedule which is provided by either the city or the private developer who wants to have this project. They would like to have a certain type of buildings. That could be office, that could be malls, hotels, residential, hospitals, and they have a timeline. But actually, the issue will come in the commitment on this particular schedule, because when you do a district cooling, even though it's an interesting solution because it's modular, so you will extend your plant according to the real development of the area, some costs needs to be brought up front. And this is the case, of course, for the civil works of the plant. So you need to plan for sufficient space for the future development. And sometimes we are required to, for example, install a loop network for redundancy questions, and the size of the pipes needs to be sufficient to reach the ultimate development of your district. But it can happen, and we saw it, for example, in this COVID situation, that the schedule is completely changed by external constraints, and it happens for us that we go up to the final design, and all the schedule is changed, and maybe also the intention of the usage of the building, which would change actually the whole design of the project. So those are commercial risks that can be actually mitigated. There are some mitigation issues if we work with the cities. For example, I had some example this morning of mitigations with guaranteeing some connection of anchor building, like the municipalities or the developer would at least guarantee that the first 3 buildings would connect, and then after it's up to us to convince the further development that it's more interesting to go for a district cooling. Another challenge that I forgot to mention regarding the greenfield project is when we are making the comparison with standalone solutions, it's more difficult to demonstrate, because when we talk to a building owner, and that's completely understandable, they would work with a consultant providing some information in terms of efficiency, cost of operations, and cost of investment. But those costs are not guaranteed. So they are basing their calculation on forecast, but with no guarantee if they develop the project themselves, versus a district cooling project where ENGIE, for example, or it's the same for Catacool, as an operator would guarantee a tariff. So it's a bit a struggle to do this exercise on future projects where we are facing only just calculation, but the building owner doesn't necessarily have a past records of the real cost or degradation of the efficiency over time, and so on and so forth. In Southeast Asia, there is no I would say literature or benchmarks which are demonstrated of what would be the real cost, which we have more in, for example, in our European developments, where it's there is a bit more of background and ratios that can be used because it's more accepted by the developers. So that would be for me an additional challenge that we face for the greenfield. Lastly, my last point would be for both greenfield and brownfield. I would say the challenge comes from the multiple stakeholders we are engaging for district cooling, because there is, of course, the final users, which needs to be delivered a good service. There is the, let's say, customer, as Kader was mentioning, which is actually the building owner or the developer who will make this project feasible, or it can be also the city who is looking at the development. You will have the electricity provider, the water provider, the different governmental entities that would deliver the construction permits, and everyone has its own timeline and constraints, and the commitment does not necessarily come at the same moment from those multiple stakeholders, which for a long-term project is bringing additional level of complexity, I would say.
Very fascinating examples. I would turn towards what policies and regulatory frameworks are facilitating the development of urban energy in your areas? And these are not just for district cooling, microgrids, energy storage, EV, etc.
Well, I would say that the first is the national policy. What the national policy sets the whatever technology or application is one of the priority. That makes a huge difference, you know, because like ADB or AIB, the same, that we work, our immediate counterpart is the government. And if they do not see, for example, district cooling as one of the priority in their development agenda, it's very difficult to sell the idea to them. And why it's not included, probably they don't even also don't know what district cooling is. So that's the, I would say, that reality. So, well, first, I would say that the central government level policy and probably district cooling will be related to the climate change actions. And also the, in some countries, probably urban air pollution reductions. And yeah, some, if country has urban issues, and then I think that will be the center of the issue, one of the priority in the national policy. So, you know, I think a high level policy dialogue and then convince them that the district cooling is one of the solution for to make a livable city, especially the probably start targeting from a capital city. And plus, you know, it has another benefit on climate change, you know, mitigations, and probably perhaps it may also have an adaptation, you know, because if you put this cooling system, and then I think climate resilience would be higher than the existing system. And then I think that policy has to be trickled down to the municipal level and the other line ministries. So I would say that the central government is the key, central government policy is the key. And I would say that the, you know, at the, you know, starting from the municipal level is quite challenging. Maybe there is a city that who can make their own policy and adopt the district cooling as a, you know, one of the solution, but I would say hard we see, because probably by introducing the district cooling system in the city, and also the expand the market. I think or such as like mandatory connections to the district cooling system. And also, they also have to provide a financial incentives. So probably a construction subsidy and or operation subsidy, as well as maybe the tax break if they adopt a new application, so on and so forth. So I'm not sure that how many cities in our region have that capacity to build their own policy and regulation. Plus, they have their own financial wealth to provide the subsidies to developers.
Thank you. David, you mentioned about the waste to energy plant in Maldives that you are just considering. So are you having enough policies and regulatory framework for these type of initiatives there?
Yeah, so in that case, there's been, of course, a lot of support to the government, particularly technical assistance that's been given by ADB to get to the project to where it is today. So there's been a lot of capacity building. This is the first waste to energy project in Maldives. The first try didn't work quite well, but it's just an essential part of the sort of holistic part of the integrated solid waste management system. So they needed to do it. There's no more landfills, and as you can imagine, there's not much space in Maldives to be continued to build landfills, and the waste is increasing, and it's a very popular tourist hotspot. So I think that this had to be done. So that I think the government, of course, was very supportive because this is a sovereign loan. So the government is, but ADB and also managed to bring in some grants to support this. Otherwise, also because Maldives is under IMF, it wouldn't have been possible to have done this without any grant. So to bring in more concessional finance. And so waste to energy is really, I think, an integral part of the solid waste system, and especially if we're expecting an increase in quantity of waste and growing urban population, then this needs to be looked at. And there's a number of countries in Asia, and particularly China, but also Malaysia, Indonesia, and even in the Middle East, where waste to energy has been considered and being implemented, because still, and according to the World Bank, there's about 11% of the globally waste is treated by modern incineration, but there's still a big percentage that is going to open dumps or landfill, and very little still going into recycling and composting. And you can see a lot of the cities in low-income countries that are spending a significant amount of their budgets on waste management, and but still a lot of these low-income countries are sending this waste to dumps or being burned. So there's, according to the World Bank, there's still about 3 billion people that are disposing their waste in an uncontrolled manner. I think where I see probably a role for waste to energy is in middle-income countries. It's almost identical in a way to district cooling. Middle-income countries have a sort of bit more capacity and to look at these projects that are complex. So district cooling and waste to energy are more complex projects, and particularly for waste to energy, due to the lack of availability of land and high cost of land in large cities, they can't be doing landfills all the time, and so waste to energy incineration has been considered, and you could of course get revenues and bring in the private sector, because there's there could be attractive tariffs that can push these investments, even though if they are relatively risky, because you're dependent on a certain quantity and quality of waste that needs to be coming in. So I think most of these countries need to see it as a complementary technology for for treating non-recyclable municipal solid waste, and of course be careful in terms of the design and operation. It's really not easy. It's complex equipment. It's expensive as well, as I mentioned. So if you and sort of building on what Teru mentioned, if you've got a project that's well designed, well managed with the right legal and regulatory framework, whether it's at national level or local level, and you've got the full support of the local governments, waste to energy projects can be very beneficial, particularly when you're comparing them with landfills. And of course, I don't know if the audience is familiar, but one of the most famous waste to energy incinerators in the world is located in the city of Vienna, right in the middle of the city, and it's producing both electricity and heat for the city's need, and plus it's got a very beautiful design, and most people won't notice that it's actually an incinerator. And there's a huge opportunity, and according to sort of market studies, the annual rate of the waste to energy market in Asia Pacific is around 15%, and they're expecting it to reach almost $14 billion by 2023. And the expectation is most of these will be built in middle income countries, as I was mentioning. So Malaysia, Indonesia, India, and China, and other countries. And just to give China as an example, just middle of this year, 2020, China had about 13 gigawatts of waste to energy capacity. So that's quite remarkable. And just 860 megawatts were added last year. And Shenzhen, if you're not familiar, Shenzhen is now building one of the largest waste to energy plants in the world with the 150 megawatts capacity. And they're building it in a way and sort of linking it to the main topic that was mentioned in Qatar about communication and awareness. So they're building it in a way that it will serve as a museum, so people can come and visit and see how waste is managed and recycled. So it's quite remarkable as well. Over.
Thank you. Yeah, we have limited time now, and I would like to ask one question which came specifically for Hannat. And this is about what is the success factor making Qatar shift to district cooling? What is your success story?
There are some factors that we don't have any hand in, actually, which is basically the weather in Qatar, first of all, makes the cooling as a necessity. And the second factor is the special case about Qatar. It's starting from 2004, the development of the towers and the projects have been rapidly growing up since then. So the need for solution of cooling with keeping the same, having in mind the electricity supply and the infrastructure is a factor, a big factor of having district cooling applied. These are two main factors, and this is applicable to the region here in Qatar, in the Gulf region. In addition to that, as I mentioned, more and more the communication is important with the customers. We always, since we started talking about district cooling, maybe in many conferences, we always talk about the awareness and the awareness. So we haven't developed to the next level of after awareness what we will do. So apparently we have to keep it consistent and more appealing to the end users and the customers. Actually, these are the factors. I cannot think of any other factor, to be honest with you, for the success that we have.
Thank you. Another question, and I will divert this towards Anna very quickly. What is the prediction about the developments in urban energy in the next 5 years? Anna, can you hear me? Can you take this question?
Sorry, I didn't hear it. It was for me. Could you repeat, please?
The question is, what is the prediction about the developments in urban energy in the next 5 years?
I don't
Maybe
have
the question
the
is about the
Next.
question is about the EV charging and hydrogen. I don't know what.
For the, at least for district energy, we've seen some forecasts which are quite impressive for Southeast Asia, with compound annual growth rate of between 7 and 14% for district cooling only. So I mean for the cooling market, and because there are very efficient standalone technologies also that can be implemented, the market for cooling would be even bigger in the Southeast Asia. So after, it will depend on the existing for district cooling, the existing penetration rate and maturity of the market. For the 4 countries I'm looking at, which are Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, and Thailand, you have completely different expansion rates, because, for example, in Malaysia, the district cooling is already well-known technologies with some incentives that enable to develop broader the project. So there is an interesting peak tariff which compensates a little the low electricity rate that we have in Malaysia. There is also the green investment tax allowance, which was mentioned in the previous panel, which also is an incentive for district cooling. In other countries, the driver will be the cost of electricity is very high. There is a higher potential for technologies like district cooling, which are bringing actually a better efficiency, because the more efficiency, the better efficiency you will reach, the more savings in terms of on your electricity bill you will get at the end of the year. So some countries didn't have any district cooling 5 years ago, and we see the number of a new project integrating district cooling booming. I'm thinking of Thailand, for example. For Singapore, it's a completely different challenge, because we are on a limited area. The land is very well. The land development is very well planned. There are already district cooling existing, but not always competitive with the standalone technologies, because we are observing a very very good efficiency of the standalone solutions and the operations on the long time in Singapore. So you have to reach a good equilibrium in terms of density, in terms of location for your plant, in order to develop district cooling. So I don't know if the market is very stable from one country to another, but definitely ASEAN has a strong potential in the coming years.
Thank you. So can we quickly have some input from the project finance side, that what are the coming trends in project financing? Teru, can you add something quickly?
Can you say it again, that question?
I say that we talk about the coming trends from the technology side, but what are the coming trends in project financing side? How the project financing is making projects more easy?
Well, technology-wise, is if you limit me only the energy sector, and then definitely I'm also promoting this cooling in my client countries such as India. So I hope that not very soon, but in the near future, I want to see the investments in this cooling in India market. And well, everybody talks about the EVs and then battery storage and so on and so forth. I think maybe initial investment can be done by us or supported by us, but the later it becomes more private sector doing. And so I would see the bit challenge on that. But what ADB or what I'm doing right now, the project is in India is financing for the distribution sector using combined sovereign loan, government guaranteed loan and private sector loan to the distribution company, one entity. So ADB is trying to not just limit the sovereign guarantee loan or private sector loan. We're trying to blend the financing to the entity which has near graduation from government support. So I think as a bank, ADB, I think we're trying to promote this mixed blending of the financing to the selected entities. And I'm sorry, I have to leave right now for another meeting. So just like to say thank you for the moderator and also the other participants and the panelists for this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tero, for your time. David, would you like to add something very quickly? We are 8 minutes over our time.
Yeah.
How the emerging trends in project financing can make developers finance project efficiently and quickly?
I think particularly the policies these days have been driving a lot of new areas of investment in urban energy, and I think energy efficiency, green buildings is definitely, I think, a huge opportunity. IFC has done significant studies and others on the scale of this opportunity, and also to retrofit and existing buildings across Asia. We're also seeing increasing number of opportunities in district heating still, particularly in the sort of the warmer countries of Central Asia. Also very old systems that need to be upgraded and expanded in some cases as well, converted from coal to gas, or even to renewables as well, geothermal or to biomass. District cooling we've talked about extensively. We are seeing extensive growth in growth in distributed generation. Number of companies, upcoming companies, and several private sector companies also setting targets to be supplied by 100% renewable energy. So there's an incredible number of companies, new companies appearing and growing quite fast. I think another area with distributed generation plus battery storage and EV infrastructure, eventually we'll have to look at smart grids. And so I think the cities, middle income countries will probably be looking at that. And of course, Singapore is a great example of their Smart Nation initiative. I think eventually at a certain point, hydrogen will start to come in. I still think it's relatively early, but it'll probably have to come in quite fast, as we're seeing in Europe, and recent announcement by China. I can only see that target being achieved of being carbon neutral by 2060 if there's a different energy carrier. And I think hydrogen could be a vehicle, particularly if it's green hydrogen, so if it's powered by the excess of renewable energy. But we're still far from that, I think. So again, district heating, distributed generation, energy efficiency is where I'd put my money.
Thank you, and thank you to all my panelists for their time today and their insights into the urban energy development, and to our audience who attended this seminar and sent their questions. And with this, I would like to give this back to Peter.
Thank you very much, Ali, for moderating a very interesting session. I think we got many interesting insights there from both utilities and also financial institutions. Yes, that basically concludes our Sustainable Urban Energy Seminar today. I just want to briefly mention a few words here that we have had in the morning session. We had different presentation on different solutions and technologies, including district energy, energy efficiency, district cooling, but also drivers and factors needed to transform cities to be more sustainable. And then we moved to a city panel where we got insights on cities work with sustainable energy and what barriers they see and how to overcome them. And I think financing is a big part of that. Financing sustainable energy projects, but also capacity building was a topic that was raised in that panel that I think I want to bring up. So, and the last session here got very good insights in different examples on how you can move along to finance different projects, how utilities like ENGIE and Qatar Cool are working to develop district cooling projects. And I think it's interesting to hear insights from Qatar and how they have succeeded, and maybe that's something to build on in other parts of Asia, Southeast Asia. So just from APUEA, Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association, we will definitely keep on working on capacity building and to really make a platform for these kind of discussions. So I hope everyone have enjoyed this session, and we look forward to have you in a future session as well. So thank you all very much, all the speakers and panelists, all the moderators, all the attendees as well. So we hope to see you soon again. Thank you.